Move your tail. What? Move your tail. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Move your tail, sweetie. Come here. Sweet girl. Oh. Hello.
Hello, Diane. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good.
That's good.
Hot. I'm in Texas. It's yesterday was 106 degrees and the heat index was 113.
Ew. Yeah, we had some of that last week. Yuck.
Yeah, it's pretty icky.
It is, yes. But we had some rain come through, so it's not quite so bad now here for at least for maybe till next week sometime.
Well, that's good. We are supposed to not be quite as hot today, but still well over 100.
Uh-huh.
So that's how it is in Texas in the summertime. About every
Yep.
5 years, we get a really bad summer and it's super hot. The good thing is you can just stay inside and type and work on your typewriters and you don't have to feel guilty that you're not out doing stuff because nobody even wants to get in their car because you just are going to melt.
Yeah. I need to get out my car though. Roger, you're reverberating.
Yeah, I know. My headset isn't working, so I had to switch to my phone. My headset wasn't working, so I had to switch to my phone.
I see.
Okay. Now it's better?
It's better now, yeah.
So how are you doing?
I'm doing much better, thank you. I haven't been on in a couple of weeks because I was over at Mom's house where there's like no internet, and
Yeah.
even when her niece brought over a little hotspot, I was not too thrilled showing up.
Yeah.
But I'm back at home with real internet now, and so things are better.
Yeah. I seen your name on the list that you were supposed to get in. So registered, I mean.
That I was what?
You were
Registered.
registered to join.
Oh.
I think from a couple of weeks ago. Mine was there from last week.
I had hip replacement surgery a couple weeks ago, and so I haven't been too active recently. It's like I spent time with Mom trying to get past the initial recovery, and while the cats were being boarded, and but they had to come home last Friday. I only scheduled them for 3 weeks. Geez. I don't even want to go there about that, Bill. That sucks.
Yeah.
But it had to be done because somebody had to take care of them.
Mm-hmm. So did they miss you after 3 weeks?
Oh yeah, they did. I missed them and they missed me, and things are good now, and I think they're happy being back home again. I'm happy being home again.
That's a good thing too.
What?
And I just figured out why my headphones weren't working. I see a black cat coming over.
Oh yeah. somebody wants to be in the middle of whatever it is that I'm doing. I've been trying to write a letter to a pencil pal as opposed to a type pal.
Yeah.
And
Me
because it's
too.
like,
Well, a fountain pen pal.
what?
I'm getting a letter ready for a fountain pen pal.
Oh, yeah. I received her letter back in March, and it's like, because I know because I stamped it. I got in the habit of stamping things when I received them, and it's like, oh, and I don't know. This morning I was in the mood, so I sat down and I was writing. The problem with that is every time I sit down to write, guess what? A cat appears and wants to lay down on whatever it is I'm doing. So
Yeah.
this is normal. They want to be in the middle of whatever it is I'm doing.
Exactly.
Today I thought
That's why they're cats.
What?
That's why they're cats.
Yes. Yeah, today I thought I'd actually put on a typewriter shirt.
It's a nice one.
So the cat's getting comfortable. I'm going to shove my screen someplace else. Anybody have any new typewriters?
I do. I got a new Hermes 3000
Oh,
this week.
cool.
And this is not my first Hermes 3000, but it's very nice. It's got a elite typeface, and it's a 1965 model. And it works great. I got it at an estate sale. I did pay a little bit for it. It wasn't a gift by any stretch of the imagination, but it was still relatively, inexpensive compared to what you see them going for on Shop Goodwill or other places. And it is in beautiful condition, and it came with a lot of accessories. It came with the owner's manual. It came with the 2 Hermes marked cleaning brushes, and it came with a metal branded Hermes ribbon spool, which is always nice. And it has only one little tiny bit of paint loss on the very front near where the lid latches. But it is just, types beautifully. I've been typing on it the last couple of days. It had a sticky end key at first, I cleaned a little bit, and then I've been typing on it, and it seems to have loosened everything up, and now but obviously when I got it, the person who had it must have cared for it, because all of the type slugs were beautifully shining and clean, which on an elite typeface, it's very hard to keep them because they fill up with ink so quickly. But the Hermes are, I love Hermes and Olympias, but the Hermes are really my favorite. They're my heart typewriters. So I was very excited to get this one because I don't have this typeface. I have a cursive and I have a pica.
Oh.
And so now I have this one. So that's what I got this week.
Oh.
And I've had a lot of great letters sent to me congratulating me on the type-in that we had in June. And I've finally caught up on all of the sending back. Thank you so much for your congratulations. And this week I did reach out to the library to make sure we were still on the agenda for having another type-in in the fall. And they said they'd get back to me and we decide on a date in the next couple of weeks. So that'll be coming out soon, and I'm excited about that. And that's really about it in my typewriter world.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
No new typewriters here. Obviously, when I'm laid up, I can't do anything. So,
Well, yeah, of course.
and I'm really not I'm not really looking actively for anything.
Well, I wasn't either, but this one showed up, and I just can't. It was only like a couple, maybe 20 minutes from my house, so I couldn't really not get it. I couldn't use, oh, it's a long drive as an excuse not to get it. And so I went to go see it, and like I said, I paid $150 for it, which is a lot for me. Usually I don't pay that much for a typewriter, but I do love them so much. And there was two different typewriters there. The other one was a Remington Streamliner, and it was from the very beginning of the Streamliner, when they had Streamliner on the written, and then they had like the wind, little lines that represented the wind on there. So it was in the very beginning of when they did the Streamliner, but they wanted $140 for that one, and I just couldn't justify spending that much for it when they're really not my favorite.
Yeah.
So, and I don't really need two new typewriters. I didn't even need this one, but
I understand.
sometimes you just have to do what you have to do.
This is true.
So,
Yeah. Well, a friend of mine bought a very nice Smith Premier 2. She's in Ohio. Lee Whitaker. She sent me this auction, and it's like, oh gee, thanks. I mean, it was like it's in like, it's new. It looks better than any of the ones I have. I mean, the chrome looks nice, and it pretty much works well, and I'm like jealous, and but it's like, it was in Ohio, so there was no way I was going to be able to get it. But
yeah,
I asked her about it earlier this week. It's like, so how what happened with that auction? She said, oh, I accidentally won.
there you go. Well,
Yeah.
one of the things that surprised me was that night, I got it on Thursday, and that night the my messages went off, and it was Charlie Justice, Typewriter Justice, who I'd met at the type-in, who texted me and goes, did you go and pick up that Streamliner and that Hermes 3000 today? And so the disadvantage of a type-in is everybody now knows you, and they know what you like, and they know that you might have gone there. So I said, no, I didn't get both. I only got the Hermes, but I did get the Hermes.
Yeah.
But that was pretty funny, because that has never happened to me before. I go to a lot of estate sales, and nobody ever contacts me that night or the next day and asks if I've been there. Did I get this? It's never like that. So funny. But I don't have a very good like thrift store system here in the Dallas area. We don't have a lot of privates or smaller thrift stores. We just have Goodwill and the Salvation Army, and Goodwill puts everything on their website, and Shop Goodwill. And then I don't like to ship things because they just seem to get damaged.
Mhm.
So I don't ever buy anything off of Shop Goodwill. I don't have Brian's luck. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Brian. Hi, William.
Hello. Yeah, I have good luck, but I go a lot. So if it's there, I'll see it.
Yeah, but we just don't, they don't even put them out at my,
Yeah.
they send them all to Shop Goodwill and sell them online.
Mhm.
I haven't been to antique shop, the local the two antique shops that I went to, I haven't been to them in a long time. And it's like, yeah, I've driven past the one on the way to the typewriter repair shop, but and it's still open. But I haven't been in a while, and because I really couldn't walk through it. And I'm getting better at walking, so that's a good sign.
Yes.
But I'm still not up to walking through the entire store.
Well, of course not. It hasn't been long enough.
No, it hasn't. It's like I just did one of my sets of exercises, and I'm sitting here. I put an ice pack under my hip.
Well, it's just amazing how quickly people recover from a replacement like that. So you'll be, just keep doing your therapy and you'll be on the mend. It's just astonishing how far the medicine has come.
Yep, there he is sitting on my letter. The cat, I mean.
Yes,
That's
I
what
see.
we thought so. So where's Greg today? I came in late.
I think he took some time off last week. I think it was supposed to be last week, this week.
He's on vacation.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, he's got things started for us.
Yeah.
So he's wanting to use some of this for his podcast. So someone better come up with something exciting to say.
Good thing you did. Good things that are
I'm
waiting.
counting on you, Brian.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
I don't have a new typewriter, but I have one of
Let's
these.
see.
Ooh, a Lego.
Oh, the Lego.
Yeah. A friend sent some. Well, I say a friend. My ex-girlfriend's roommate sent this to me. I was totally unprepared for it. I had no idea what was going on. So right away, I wrote her a letter because her address was on the return address is on the shipping label. I said, "Thank you so much for the Lego kit. I have no idea why you sent it to me. There's some possible reasons, and you tell me which one it is." I give a list of 10. It starts with, "You're dying, and if so, I'm really sorry." Or "You heard that I'm dying," and I said, "I don't think I am." Like you're under the influence of a witch and or hypnotist. You were high or drunk when you bought it. And I went down. She texted me yesterday and said, 11, me and this other girl were putting another one of these together, and said, "You know who would love this? Is Brian would love this." And they decided to send it to me.
Oh, isn't that great?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. So I was very surprised, very, very happy. So I haven't gotten out of the box yet because I only found out about it. I left it in the box in case it got shipped to me by mistake and I had to send it somewhere else. I know now that it's mine is for me, so I'm going to open it.
Yeah, it's not a mistake.
Yep. I'm going to get it started right now. Yeah, but that should be fun. I've seen a lot of them online. I think Annie and Drury and lots of people have them. But now I do too.
I've seen them online too, and they actually have parts that work, I heard.
Yeah. Like it advances the carriage maybe, and there are hammers that go up towards the platen, but I don't think it actually types anything. But that'll be very fun. I'll put it on the shelf next to my other typewriters, and I'll see if anyone can tell the difference, except me. So that's all my new news.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's see. You see what's here. Okay.
William?
Lots of people here with no
I hear
camera.
lots of people coming in.
Yeah.
Good.
Let's see.
There you go.
So now make sure they can hear you.
Hey, William.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
we can hear you.
Okay, good.
I'll leave these here just in case.
The wonders of
see you.
modern technology, hey? I started up and I said my microphone wasn't working. Restart, away it goes. Oh well.
Good morning.
Good morning, Brian. How goes?
It was good. How's it go with you?
I can't complain. Shop is busy as all get out. More work keeps coming in than I can handle, but I'll get through it eventually.
Okay. Yes.
What's this? This is my busy time of year.
Yeah, I imagine it is. Is it hot where you are? Or is it still pretty temperate? It's 112 here, so for reference. I don't know what that is in Celsius.
I misplaced my cheat sheet. Oh, no, put it downstairs. Oh well. Plus 17 Celsius here right now.
Ah, shoot. Okay.
What's it taking downstairs? I wonder if.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Conversion, temperature.
Should be in the mid 60s.
63. According to the converter calculator on Windows 10. So is everybody else muted, or is it just people just being abnormally quiet right now?
No, it's just people being quiet.
Okay. Fair enough. So, how are you feeling, Diane?
I'm feeling fine.
That's good. Yeah, a new hip settling in.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's good. Yeah. Biggest thing is to follow the doctor's orders, do your exercise, take your pain meds.
I really have not had much pain, which is good because I don't want the stinking pain meds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
Do you
good.
have a knee replacement?
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Quick question into the general population. Can you all hear me? Because I've got a pretty wonky connection.
I can hear you 5/5.
This JC. Okay, thank
Yes.
you. Yeah, the connection is not good enough for video.
Mm-hmm.
No problem. What's up?
No, I was just
Oh.
just listening in. Wanted to say
Oh.
hello, and I was just wondering, since I know I've got a sketchy connection, if it, if sound will at least transfer.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Carry on.
You're coming in wall to wall and treat up tall there, good buddy.
Ooh, good old CB operators.
Yeah.
Long time ago. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I dabbled in that in my early 20s for a little bit.
Same here. Yeah. I had a CB radio in my 1971 GM half-ton truck.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. No. This was in the early to mid 90s. So, and I just had it in the car and goofing around with some friends. This was before cell phones were a real thing. So it was kind of fun.
Mm-hmm. And
I don't think anybody understands that part nowadays.
You can't do it now because the vehicle lights are on all the time. But it used to be if a semi was going to pass you, he'd pull past you as soon as you could see he was clear of you at night. He'd kill your lights, turn them on again, and then he knew it was safe to pull in front of you. And so you key them out and say, there you go, good buddy.
Oddly enough, I mean, I still do that. I mean, you know, if you've got somebody pulling past you, and I know they can't judge the distance to the trailer quite as good as some people might think you can. You just flash your brights up real quick and, you know, let him know he can pull over if he wants to.
Yeah.
So it's just common courtesy. Unfortunately, not everybody's aware of that. Not that I did any truck driving in my life, but I've been on the road enough.
Yeah, and then if you've got a trucker who understands what you're doing, sometimes they have these spotlights on the mirrors that shine backwards. They'll flash that at you once.
Yep, I had that before.
Yeah,
feels kind of nice when they say thank you.
It does.
Yep. All right.
A little bit of courtesy goes a long way.
Oh, absolutely. There's enough. I don't know if you want to call it bullying, but you know, just not giving a hoot anymore nowadays. So whatever you can do.
Plenty of craziness out there.
Oh, unfortunately, there is. I heard you're recovering from surgery. I hope you're feeling well.
Yeah, I am. I haven't been on here in a couple of weeks.
Well, unfortunately, I've missed a few too, so
Okay.
I probably didn't notice.
No, I just haven't been on in a couple of weeks. Haven't really felt like it, and/or was in a place where there wasn't good internet. So, or there, mom doesn't have internet. Let's put it that way.
Well, I'm running this off of a cell phone, so yeah, I kind of feel your pain.
Yeah. But it's nice. It's nice to be back home with things more normal. I still haven't opened up a typewriter yet, but
well, getting well is the priority right now. Typewriters are a hobby. That's just for fun and games. I know some people might disagree on that one. Oh, well, there's a lot of people here today. Wow.
There's a lot of people here today. We're all too quiet. Yeah. Gregory seems to be typing in the YouTube chat. Drop your comments in YouTube. Dang it. And they will appear here or join us via Zoom. Oh, maybe that's just some running commentary he's got. Yeah, Gregory, everything went well and I'm doing fine. So.
Was that just a magnifying glass?
That was actually, it's actually the front of a camera lens.
Oh, nice.
That I got from this guy who used to have a repair shop over in North St. Louis, and I don't remember. It's like, you know, it was just, you know, I think it was just sitting in a box of stuff, and he didn't mind that I took it, and it's like I use it as a magnifier for all the tiny honking stuff that I, you know, there's so much.
Right.
My glasses don't always magnify it to the degree needed, and that's just kind of my cheater there. It's like if I really need it, I don't know what lens it was, but it's pretty good, whatever it was. It was probably a zoom lens.
It looks a bit like a macro lens or something like that, an attachment that you can put on there to
no, it was
getting closer.
It was actually the front of front of some lens. So
I thought it was screw on. Okay.
no.
Oh, so that's like an actual element. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it actually has some threads along the edge here where it's screwed into the the lens body, but no, I just keep it around as a magnifier.
It's a nifty tool and whatever works.
It's a nifty tool, yeah.
I still use this little magnifying glass that I got as a kid in somewhere. I don't know what, something cheap, but every now and then you just need to magnify. Ooh, kitty cat. Now, sometimes you just need that additional little bit of help when it gets extremely tiny. I agree.
Yeah.
Sometimes in my line of work, the jeweler's loop comes in really handy when you're trying to examine
Yes.
why a chainsaw carburetor is leaking very slightly to the needle valve, etc.
Ooh, when you start getting into those teeny tiny carburetors and all
Yeah.
those oh no, nope.
Yeah.
I've had my share of
when-
tearing apart carburetors, and I'm like, nope.
When the entire carburetor is 1.5 inches cube,
Ooh,
all
Yes,
seven
no.
circuits inside there. Yeah.
Oof, no.
wow.
I completely understand that you need additional magnification. I don't think it would do for me, to be
Mhm.
quite honest. I mean, I deal in injection molding tooling, and there are certain things where you need to get up close and look a little more in detail. So right now, at least at work, the cell phone sometimes works when you snap a picture and you zoom it in, or you actually get out the good old magnifying glass.
You say molding tooling?
Yeah, injection molding. That's what I do for a
Okay.
living.
Right on.
Yeah,
And
squirting plastic parts.
okay. Yeah. I've seen documentaries on that and sure interesting.
That's only about interesting for the first hour or so.
Yeah, I can believe that, yes.
After that, this gets completely repetitive, and that is actually good stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was reading somewhere that it can cost anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 to build a set of molds for the injection molding. But once they're done, you just churn out part after part after part.
Well, it's a little more complicated. I mean, since you're in the world of lawn mowing equipment and small engine, if I understood that correctly,
Mhm.
they now make lawnmower decks out of plastic, and if you have a look at one of those tools, they will go $250,000 to $400,000 depending on the pricing, and lifetime on that is depending on whoever is the customer, is somewhere in between 500,000 shots and $1 million.
Okay.
With a lot of wear and tear depending on the material. If you've got glass fiber or something like content in that, glass fiber being a very abrasive material, your tools
That
will
makes sense.
typically not last quite as long. So
Mhm.
you can get, like I said, up to 250, 300,000 shots out of it without any problems. After that, you're going to have to start reinforcing the tool a little bit and give it a little bit of TLC to get through to, let's say, 500,000 shots or even 1 million. I mean, it depends on what kind of steel quality you're using. Sorry. Sorry for going off on a rant.
Interesting. That is interesting. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, well, it's like that
Yeah,
plastic
no,
tiger
the,
I got from the Detroit Zoo when I was a kid in the Moldorama machine.
Mhm.
Uh,
Well, it's I don't know what kind of Moldorama machine it is. I mean, did it have something where you actually squirted into it, or?
you put a coin in the vending machine, and it injection molds it. It might spin it. I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's a hollow form when it comes out. It's a hollow plastic toy that comes out.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, there's two principles to getting hollow toys. One is blow molding,
Yeah.
like any blow molding, basically like any shampoo bottle, milk jug, or anything else, basically where you have a round sleeve that gets trapped in a mold, and several needles go in and basically blow the inside of the plastic against the tool cavity, giving it an
Inflate it.
odd shape. And then you let it cool, let it set, and then you can inject it and remove the cuttings up top and bottom, and voila, you have a hollow body. Or you can rotate, basically with rotational molding, kind of like chocolate is done.
Yeah.
Huh.
Um,
Just sit
so
with the
yeah,
centrifugal.
there's several different approaches.
Like,
Right.
I know that when I was just a young lad, we used to build a lot of these Airfix model airplane kits, and you could always tell when the dies were getting old that the parts had more and more flashing on them, and the accuracy wasn't
Right.
quite as good as a new set of molds. And
Yeah, that is wear and tear.
yeah, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
That's how I got interested in plastics, actually. Model airplanes and building model tanks and
Mhm.
dioramas and all that kind of stuff as a young teen.
Yeah.
Interesting how that works. When you
Mhm.
find out it's like the Wizard of Oz. When you look behind the curtain, it's kind of like, okay, it's not that magical after all.
Yeah. And some of the plastic parts in the Chinese lawnmower engines, etc., they have so much flashing on them that they quite often don't even work.
Yeah, that is a problem because, well, they're building to a budget, and as long as people still take them with the flashing or with all the flash on them or any other defects,
Yeah.
as long as people are buying them, why should they do anything different?
Yeah. Yes. A lot of people buy by price, not quality.
Correct. And then wonder why the quality isn't as good.
Yeah. Why buy a $400 string trimmer from Steel when you can buy a $99 one from Home Depot? Then wonder why a $99 one only lasts a year because you forgot to clean the fuel out of it in the fall.
Oh, I've made that mistake too many times.
Yeah.
It's like stuff you buy at Harbor Freight.
No, I completely agree.
Yeah, Harbor Freight. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you need something today, you don't need to use it more than once. Harbor Freight's okay, but if you want to use it more than once,
Right.
it's better to get a real one.
Well, typically if you buy tools, it's, you do not have to buy the extremely high-end Snap-on or whatever brand names are out there, unless you use it professionally,
Mm-hmm.
which then guarantee things come in. But for home use, if you buy some mid-level grade, it's sturdy enough, but it's not overly priced. It's usually your best bet, and then you have it for life.
Yeah.
Joe Van Cleve.
Yes.
Joe?
Hey there.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, everybody. How we doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
How was the afternoon with Bob Marshall last week?
Oh, it was fantastic. And in fact, I'm working on another edit, an edit of another video right here. So I think we're going to have 3 Bob Marshall videos.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm working on the second one right now, get it out today. So yeah, it was a lot of fun having Bob at our house, and his son, Robert, really nice young man. And yeah, Bob is quite a character. He's fun to have around for sure.
Yeah.
Well, so who all do we have online today? Let's see. We got Gregory is remote. He's out there. There's Diane. Hi, Diane.
Hi, Joe.
Hey, Susan. How are you? Good.
You're muted.
And Brian, there he is. So you have your Smith Corona 6 series, it looks like, Brian. Yeah. Very cool.
My Type Pals typewriter.
Oh, yes. Andrew Smith, Robert, hello. Of course, William, Marvin, Heidi, howdy. So it looks like a good little crowd of people. What are we talking about this morning?
Injection molding right now.
Yeah.
Injection molding. Wow. Well, go ahead and don't let me interrupt the conversation. I'm going to be working on my edit here, so I'll mute myself so you don't hear my speakers.
What's the typewriter in the background, Joe?
Oh, that's the KMM.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, on the little tall cabinet. That's kind of my. It's not really quite tall enough for a typing station, but anyway, yeah, that's where I keep it underneath the Bob Marshall typewriter towel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have quite a few of those too.
Yeah, he gave me like 10 of them or something, and I'm going to try to give them out at door prizes at my next public meeting, which we're planning on having a typewriter meeting in early September at a public library. But I need to finalize the details with the librarian. So,
Nice.
yeah. Okay, I'm going to go to my edit and I'm going to listen to you guys. I'm going to mute my mic and feel free to ask me questions or talk, whatever, but I'll be working on this video.
Excellent.
All right.
Take care. So Marvin, good to see you again.
Hi, Marvin. Hello, it's good to see. Hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Marvin.
It was not green on my screen. But I have a problem with my Olympia SM3. Is that after a spool has finished, it won't reverse.
Yeah, it should have freed up now.
Okay.
So it's not pulling the ribbon to switch the other direction.
Yes, it's not switching.
I think that's supposed to be a tension-driven system, so maybe it needs clean or.
Yeah, probably give me a second. I'll probably I'm show you the how I put it. It may be because of my my own stupidity in putting the ribbon. Give me a second.
All right. My internet froze just when you were describing what problem you had with what machine.
Olympia SM3, his ribbon's not reversing.
Okay. I'll be back in a few.
Yeah, I have one. I have one sitting here, but I'm not to the point where I don't think I'm going to try to lift it up yet.
Yep. Can you see my?
Yes. Although right now we only see the desk next to the typewriter.
Give me a second. I'm trying to open the bloody thing.
Nice camera though.
There you go.
Yep. So this is correct, right? How I've put the ribbon through.
I'm looking.
Can you jam two keys together to raise it up higher? It didn't help very much.
I think the spools are the wrong way around because you're not getting any force onto the levers in order to activate the reverse. So basically, by flipping them around, basically top to bottom, and having a 90-degree angle, having it pull different might actually activate the automatic return, because it would work off of tension, since the Olympias didn't have grommets in them. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I think you have to look at the direction of rotation of the spindle when it's typing. And
Yeah.
I think the Olympias are set up the way he has it, where they
That is
feed off
correct.
from the back of
Okay.
the spools.
Yep.
But what I am seeing is it looks like the center of the vibrator, where the ribbon is being pulled up, I'm almost not seeing the two central little metal pieces. It looks like the ribbon's in front of it. You see, are there two other metal pieces behind the ribbon, like underneath that loop? Or
no, there are not.
Oh, okay. I just thought maybe the ribbon was not quite. Okay. Yeah, it looks like maybe it's okay there. So the thing about Olympias is it works on back tension instead of eyelets. And so in order to get it to reverse, what you want to do is like do some test typing and figure out which reel is the supply reel, which one is being pulled, and then just stop it with your finger from turning and then keep typing, and it should flick the guide, the forked guide over and reverse it. And if it's not doing it, then there's probably it needs to be degreased and cleaned in the mechanism underneath both ribbon spools, the little reversing mechanism underneath both spools that does that flipping of the guide. There's some fine little gears and parts and levers. So it has to be able to easily pull that. That's exactly what you're doing there, is the reversing action. Right. So to test it, you want to do some test typing while keeping the ribbon from turning and see if it'll flip over on its own. And sometimes one side will flip over and the other one won't. You know, it depends on which side is stuck. But I've had to generally take a mascara brush and some alcohol underneath the ribbon spools, that mechanism, and try to clean all those parts out. It's usually what fixes it. There's also a rod, I think I'm seeing it, that goes from the left side to the right side that does the reversing on both sides at once. Make sure that rod is not rubbing on the chassis or anything like that.
Which one?
So that there sometimes, I don't know if the SM3, I can't see it good enough, but sometimes there is a little wire like rod that goes from the left side to the right side underneath the guides. And when you flick the guides back and forth to reverse it, you'll see that, that rod.
Yeah,
right
that
there.
one.
Make sure those things aren't rubbing on anything, like rubbing on the carriage or anything like that, because that'll cause it to hang up and not reverse.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that wire right there that goes from left to right, that thing, you want to make sure there's no hanging up and no rubbing at all. And actually the little hole where the wire goes through the hole in that bracket, I would clean that out and make sure there's no grunge in there, because that could keep it from rotating freely. So make sure that's not rubbing anywhere and it's free to move. And then pull the ribbon spools off, and underneath where the ribbon spools are is the reversing mechanism for each spool. It's a series of like little levers and things like that. You want to clean and degrease those really good with alcohol.
Okay, I see.
It's a pair of ratchets that work in conjunction to rotate the ribbon spool one or two notches at a time.
Yep.
And the one I have right here right now is so mucky and gummed up, it's not working, but I figured I'd take a look at it anyway.
Yep.
So you have the ribbon installed correctly. And now, how much force does it take to move the forks over from one side to the other?
Move the what?
The forks where the ribbon goes through, just
yeah.
after this. Yeah. How much force does it take to actually move those forks over?
Not much.
Okay. And so if those are moving when the ribbon hits the end and it's not reversing, then that means that your problem is with the ribbon drive itself as opposed to the reverse mechanism. As Joe says, probably some muck or gum in the two ratchet system, which is not actually rotating the spool drive turntable, for want of a better word.
I see.
Is the advancing of the ribbon actually working?
Yes.
When you type? Yeah, no, when you type.
Oh, scheiße. Yes, it works. It works.
Okay. Because I'm not seeing any the way the ribbon is laid right now. I'm not seeing any possibility for those forks actually to be activated because it's running through straight.
The forks are activated by coming to the end of the ribbon.
Right.
It comes to the end of the ribbon, and then it flicks the fork out due to the tension.
Right now, it looks to me as though the ribbon should be moving from right to left when you type, judging by the position of the forks. The other fork is fairly well out. And then when you come to the end of the ribbon, because also don't forget, as the ribbon unwinds, the ribbon winds from a smaller diameter that thus becomes a steeper angle to the fork until it hits
that's
the end.
what I was referring to. I'm not seeing an angle where it can actually be activated, but you are right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
So if you move the forks over by hand, okay, now look at the other side and see the angle which the ribbon goes through the fork.
Yep.
That is a steeper angle. Does that make sense?
To me, it does.
Okay.
I learned something again, so thank you.
Because the gap in those forks almost seemed rather wide. It does seem very wide, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It looks factory though.
Yeah. I mean, you will not get a grommet thick enough to activate that by catching on it. Therefore, it is tension activated. If it has a much narrower gap, then possibly. Now, is this an SM3 or an SM4?
SM3.
Okay. So it has the tabulator stops on the rail on the back.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, fair enough. Okay.
Lovely machine though.
Yes. Right now, I'm looking at the SM3 that I was given for my birthday. My wife kind of jokes about it. A friend said, "Here's a typewriter that's all gummed up, not working, need repairing. Happy birthday." But to me, I love working on these things and getting them fixed.
That is the main reason for getting into typewriters.
Mm-hmm. And of course, as I say, myself being a mechanic, I just love getting my hands into anything. But
since I was forbidden to do the automotive part because the car is needed for driving around, and certain people tend to not enjoy the fact that you've got the engine apart or whatever, and you're not able to drive the vehicle. Yeah, typewriters is my outlet. Nothing goes wrong if you can't get it back together.
Yeah. Let's see. By trade, I'm a genuine heavy-duty mechanic or diesel mechanic. Work on the 300, 400, 500 horsepower diesel engines, that sort of stuff. But I won't touch cars. That's not my forte, not at all. Won't touch them. I figured if
they're getting too complicated too.
I figured if I've gone through 4 years of professional training and have my toolbox full of who knows how many thousands of dollars worth of tools, so and combine harvesters, it's only fitting for me to pay someone else who has been through their training for cars to work on my vehicles.
Very true.
Yeah. Okay, kind of held a conversation there, didn't I?
No, but I didn't with the ribbon spools. I didn't even think about that. It's going to go to a smaller diameter and then get a different angle on those forks. And it's kind of like, because I was going to have him flip around the ribbon to basically go off of a 90-degree angle right off of the forks, to then once you start getting into tension, it'll flick the fork. That was kind of my thought on it. So yeah.
The ribbon winding mechanism itself, when the right hand spool is a take-up spool, it turns clockwise. When the left hand spool is a take-up spool, it turns counterclockwise. On an underwood, it's the opposite way around. There's the ribbon takes up and is fed off the front of the spool, whereas on most machines it's taken up and fed off the back of the spool. That makes sense?
I would also maybe suggest that, I know the Olympias were made for the DIN-sized spools, and which is a little bit bigger diameter, and I think the pack of ribbon is a little bit larger in diameter when it's fully on one spool. That might affect how far out the other guide goes when it gets toward the empty side. And so I wonder if having too short or too small of a ribbon spool might cause it not to reliably reverse. You might need the DIN size spools just to get a larger pack, a slightly larger pack of ribbon on the full side. That's one idea. But most likely it's just needing to be cleaned and degreased in that mechanism.
They are finicky.
Looking at the SM3 in front of me, the ribbon centers or pins are about 1/8 of an inch diameter, or about between 3 and 4 millimeters. On the DIN size ones, those are usually 4 or 5 millimeter diameter. And the Olivetti spools have a 1/4 inch or 6.5 millimeter diameter opening for the nuts to lock into.
Yeah, I think I would start with cleaning and degreasing that machine before anything else. That's what I would do with it. I think that would fix it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was going to say also if you look at the front of the reversing mechanism under the spool, there is for want of a better word, a roller on a spring that positions the front end of the lever onto which are attached the forks. Make sure that roller turns freely and the cam or the detent of a follower rolls over those rollers properly. First thing I wanted to say is it looks like the activated arm on a micro switch.
Hope that helped, Marvin.
Yes, thank you.
So what time is it where you are, Marvin?
Sorry?
What time is it where you are?
7 to 12 a.m.
7 to 12 p.m.
No, AM.
So
Yeah.
so basically just past midnight. Wow.
To midnight. 7 to midnight.
Okay.
Okay. 23:43 then.
Somebody knows military, aka European time.
It
Yay.
just makes life so much easier.
I know, I agree.
And my wife and I work on 24 o'clock all the time.
There's no miscommunication.
Yeah. And if you really want to get military, then you start using Zulu time, which is Greenwich Mean Time all the time for anything and everything. So no matter where in the world you are, you're on GMT.
We don't have to overdo it, I think.
No. Well, I know that on the International Space Station, they work on GMT all the time because
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah, because they are whistling around the Earth once every 90 minutes, and GMT is kind of halfway between the US and Russia, which is where the two main parties are from. So they just split the difference. Say, oh, let's go with Zulu time or Greenwich Mean Time. There's another word for it. You figure what it is.
I thought it was called Z in the military.
You thought it's called what?
Z.
Yes, Zulu. Zulu is the International Phonetic Alphabet for Z. The Alpha, Beta, no, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel, and so on and so forth. X-ray, Yankee, Zulu.
And that's called the what? The international what?
Phonetic alphabet.
Oh.
Yes.
If you're having to spell on the phone or on a radio or something like that, that's kind of the
used very much.
Hmm?
In aviation, it is used, and in the marine for spelling the registrations or anything else.
Yeah.
International. Everyone knows it.
Mm-hmm.
Around in the world.
Yep.
In Germany, we have a different spelling. We have mostly pre-names like Anton, Dora, and so on.
Yes.
But this is international and it works quite fine. And I like to listen sometimes to the air communication, and there you find it all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's not allowed here.
Yep. I remember the first plane I ever flew on was Charlie Papa CFCPP. McDonnell Douglas Super 8 stretch.
And my first plane I flew, I was allowed to steer a bit as I was sitting on the co-pilot seat, was the Delta Echo Oscar Fox Charlie. Never forget these names.
Yep. Then the first small plane was Zulu Yankee Victor.
Okay.
Charlie Fox Zulu Yankee Victor. A Rockwell Lark Commander.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if you're interested, my friend. I have something special here in front of me. I was totally surprised. A very nice typewriter. Do you want to see it?
Sure.
Well, of course you do.
I would like to hear it. Yeah, I would like to hear it cheering. Yes, please do it.
Yes.
I was so surprised as I've seen it as an announcement. I don't know if it's in America known. It's an Adler Privat or private.
Mm-hmm.
It is a smaller system. What? No. That was the Adler Favorit. No, I show you just. Please take a look at this one.
Okay.
It's wait. I'll swap the camera. Just wait a minute. Turn the camera. Yeah. So here we have it. I don't know if you the Adler Special or the Adler Universal is a large office machine, and this one is more a medium size, something like the SM3 or something. And I was totally surprised how it was built, because you were just talking about cast material. The whole frame, everything is cast aluminium or alloy. It's very solid build, as you can see. And I have just to say one thing: it types like a dream. Very was absolutely surprised by this machine to find it, and yeah, wanted to introduce it to you. And here's the same with the ribbons we have seen. Here you have the wider forks. I think it's tension steered. And one interesting thing is it is segment shifted, but otherwise, so when I push for the uppercase, segment climbs. So we have totally different type slugs on it. This machine was only built, I think, for about 2 years. Maybe it was over-engineered because that it's too expensive to... come on. It came to me and it started just to become one of my absolute favorite typewriters. This one is also very lovely. He has the jammer here.
Oh, yeah.
So when you have jamming here, you see it goes back. It has no tabulator. I like that. Just a ribbon selector and nothing more. No tabulator. No in Germany with a Schnickschnack. Things you don't need on a typewriter. It's very pure, but bomb solid build. Ground plate. And I think really, just to get from the design, it really can compete with Olivetti. It's really a very elegant design. I got to get it together. Sorry. I want to show it because it has really a nice lining. Come here. But it doesn't close now. Come on. Here you see.
Yeah, having to do it one-handed doesn't help either.
No, yes. This is true.
No, I think it's really a very elegant form here. Or look at the line selector here. Isn't that a beauty? And it feels really nice.
Gorgeous machine.
Yeah, that's the right word. Thank you. And this one I like too here, because this is really, it's not paper support. It's like a stiletto or like a sword.
Yeah.
It really runs out.
Yeah.
Really nice machine. I don't know if it was marketed in the US. I've just seen one on the typewriter database with the Y here. So maybe it's only for Europe. In Europe, or it was only sold, but absolutely stunning machine. One thing is a bit downgrade. It's here. These pieces are plastic, but very solid, so I won't complain about it. And this is carriage release. And here you have for your little thumb, paper bale. Roxel, and here's a typeface. It has a little bit smaller typeface, but you can see maybe, come on.
Oh, nice.
It's not the best ribbon I have here, but I think it's really nice.
Yeah.
It's very legible. So
if you can read
good enough.
So I don't know if you can read what I've written. I've just made a draft for something for my job. And so, well, I'm really happy with it. I think it's my 45th machine in my collection, and I have to reduce sometimes, but not this one. This is a keeper. Okay.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, this is gorgeous.
I think that is the first machine I've ever seen with a basket lift for shifting.
I think really sometimes the engineers of this machine, they had lots of fun and thought, let's try out what is possible. Or as I said before, have you ever seen this kind of carriage rails? It's really cast in here. It's not mounted, it's cast here. It's a solid piece, complete the frame. The completely frame here is solid. And as I said, I think really it is over-engineered. Look at these pieces here. And here you
Well,
can
who's
see
ever
the,
accused Germans of over-engineering something? I mean, that wouldn't happen.
no, never, never.
Right.
Okay, that was my introduction. Do I have something more to report? I'm happy that my connection was stable. The last 2 times I've been here on Typewriter meeting, my connection crashed. So I'm really happy that I'm still alive here on the channel.
Yeah.
And I think next time I can report about some other things, but I don't want to steal the other participants here the time. So thank you for listening and cheering with me my nice Adler Privat.
Very nice.
Yes. Sehr
What I
gut.
really-
Ja, danke schön.
Oh, sehr gut.
What's really a bit strange to me is the design, because we're talking about a machine from the 50s, and I just turn it around again. When I see this design, it has really a kind of a Nazi style, doesn't it? And sorry,
that is why on later iterations they changed the logo because it was a little cringeworthy once you got into the 60s, and they wanted to just kind of get rid of all that. So that's why Adler and then Triumph went a different route.
Just a second, I had a ring at the bell, please. Just keep on.
It does have some remnants of that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That little eagle.
Well, hi,
So
everybody.
here I'm back at someone at the door.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Triumph. I'll have to go look and see about the construction of that, if that's similar or not. Do you have a Triumph,
Well,
Robert?
later on, the two
Triumph?
companies merged. So
Became
I have
the, yeah.
I have an older Triumph, but not no newer one from the same age. I know they are a bit same kind, but didn't Triumph merged with Olympia later? No, Adler. Triumph
no,
Adler.
Adler.
Yeah. Triumph
Then
Adler. Yeah, you're right.
Then it became the TA organization.
Yeah, that's right. No, I have no younger Triumph. I have an old one, but it's from 1923, I think. Not to compare with this one here.
Right.
And it really, what I like at this machine is, or I have to say, what I don't like with the SM machines is, with the Olympia, the keys are a bit too wide for my fingers, and these here, they fit perfect. So I don't have to spread my fingers, and I can really type very fast and touch typing without any problems. When I type within Olympia, I need about half a page to get used to it. But that's individual problem.
that's the nice thing about having multiple manufacturers and different machines, because everybody has different typing preferences and different fingers, by the way.
Absolutely. I compare the typewriter really with playing music instruments. Every guitar plays different or feels different, and sometimes you play guitar and it feels perfect, and then you have a guitar, it looks similar, but plays totally different or sounds totally different, and same as with typewriters. But the nice thing for me is sometimes I like more writing with this typewriter and on an evening, I have the urge to write with another typewriter, and I think this feels to my mood. Do I want to write very fast, very snappy? So this one would be a right thing, or do I like more a bit calm writing? And then I like, for example, my quiet writer, which is a bit not so fast. It's more a bit smooth.
As far as I'm concerned, that is a very unique modern problem or luxury that we now have of owning multiple typewriters. I mean, back in the day, you had one typewriter in the household, so you just had to get used to it.
Unimaginable.
If you think about it, I mean,
no,
right?
Can't imagine to have only one typewriter.
Well, like I said, it's a unique thing that we have nowadays, that we have the luxury of having multiple typewriters in the household. But if I go back into my family's history, my father still has my grandfather's typewriter, which my father wrote his thesis on for his diploma, and he still got it sitting in his office. And if you think about it, that thing got passed on. You know, when my grandfather bought it, and it was the typewriter in the household. That was it. And either you liked it or you didn't, but you didn't have a choice. If you needed to type something, you were typing on that one. So you didn't have the luxury of having multiple typewriters to choose from.
Yeah, and so you don't have even don't know about the difference between one typewriter to the other. This is your typewriter, and you know it, and you're got used to it, and it's okay. But as we said, we have the luxury to have many of them, and to have one with this advantage and one with this advantage. Yeah, but that's our hobby, and that's why we love these things.
Well,
exactly.
If you think about it, back in even as late as the 70s, a good typewriter represented several months' worth of wages, or sometimes almost a year's of savings.
Yes,
right.
I don't know.
That's
In
what I
my
was going to say, they were very expensive, and
that's exactly
some
what I'm
families
saying.
couldn't even afford to have a typewriter. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm reminded of my little my letter opener that says this business does typewritten letters. So people would go to this business and dictate a letter to be typed that they could then put in the mail if it was something that was important. I mean, that's the only thing I can imagine. And not everyone could afford one. I mean, I love it when people put, okay, I've got the original sales receipt from this typewriter, and if we put it in today's dollars, this is how much it would be.
It's thousands.
Shocking,
Yep.
you know, how expensive they were. And here
Well,
we are with a plethora of machines.
Well,
you can go on Etsy and people will type letters for you there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for different purposes.
Yeah.
Well, I pulled out the Triumph, and the construction isn't anywhere near as robust. I mean, that's I don't know if you can see very much, but that's not cast or
nice.
anything. It's just a panel. So yeah, you have a very interesting machine. Well, I've got I just showed people last night some of the new Erica I got.
Oh, nice.
Pretty.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's sort of pretty. It's kind of a
Is that Cyrillic?
early 60s.
Yeah, true Cyrillic.
And
Oh,
it's
wow.
Cyrillic, so you can do the Russian
Oh,
language
very
on.
nice.
But I guess I got a pretty good deal on it because of nobody wanting to buy Russian stuff right now, I suppose. But it has a nice case too, which you know, is a nice bonus. Needs a lot of cleaning up, but you know, that's the way it goes.
I'm seeing a very nice set of speakers there too.
Yeah, I do the stereo stuff as well.
And then that's when we got talking about the difference between a Cyrillic keyboard and a Ukrainian keyboard.
Right.
Is the Cyrillic keyboard has a few characters that the Ukrainian keyboard does not. And so when this Russia-Ukraine conflict first started, I was saying I should clean this one up and say, here's your Ukrainian typewriter. Type some letters of encouragement to your friends in Ukraine.
If I was capable of typing
Yes.
that language,
Yeah,
speaking it for that matter, speaking it would be quite nice. Yeah, but
of course, all you have to do now to type it in English on the computer, put it to Google Translate, and there you go.
modern day technology.
Yeah, I tried typing a pangram, a Greek pangram on my Greek language oral Futura, and I couldn't figure out. I couldn't Google Translate, or I was looking at the actual Greek words. I couldn't tell from the lowercase characters what the uppercase characters were on the typewriter. I didn't.
Sean's got a mute.
Some of them look totally different.
I don't always trust Google Translator, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
Being able to speak two languages and then seeing what the outcome sometimes is less than ideal.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a coworker of mine translating some stuff into English, and definitely the technical part did not work out. There was numerous words which were never heard of. Google came up with all kinds of interesting concoctions. That was quite funny, and that was actually put into a PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we had our moments with Google Translate.
Well, I see a new name there, Alfonso Sean Richardson. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome to Type Pals. Oh, that's rather noisy.
Okay, I love some bagpipes, but
Hey, Sean. Sounded like a coffee grinder. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning, guys. Happy Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I was in the loo. What happened?
I don't know.
What do you mean? Nothing happened.
The loud noise.
Oh yeah, that
Yep,
was bagpipes. That was bagpipes. Somebody's phone or something like that went off.
Yeah. It sounded like they turned the video on and they had a coffee grinder going, or blender or something. Yeah.
We were making margaritas.
Never too early for margaritas.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. That's the spirit.
Lynn, are you still there?
Yeah, still here.
Listen, do you have your Erica still in front of you?
There was a Triumph. Oh, the Erica other one? Yeah. I've got it.
Because I would like to compare something, because I have a machine here. It's an Irene. It's called Irene, and I think it's similar, but has a different name. I think it's traded under another brand. So I'll just turn my things around, and I would like just to take a look at your machine, and if this what I have here is the same like you have, but this is named Irene, and I think
interesting.
Yeah, and yeah, it looks similar. Yeah. This is mine.
Also the same as the Aztec 700.
And do you?
Well, that is extremely similar. Yep.
That same machine.
And does your machine have here a lever to open the hood?
Yep.
Yeah, they're all
Yeah,
it's the same model, just with different names.
yeah, that's it. That's it.
Hmm.
And here's a tabulator and very,
Yeah, that does look exactly the same.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, okay.
Hmm.
Okay, yeah, okay. So I know it. That's nice, and I'm happy. And it is the same case as you have. Look at this. This is my case. I think you showed something like this too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
nice.
what was that marketed to?
I think we had a company. They sell everything. It's called Quelle or Neckermann. So in the I think it started in the 50s. They I don't know the English word how this kind of company is called.
Convenience store, basically. One of those big department stores like Macy's or something of that nature, or Sears. Sears.
They sold only by catalog. So you had a big book like a catalog, and there you could order nearly everything.
Oh.
Sears or K's
yeah.
in England.
Sears and Roebuck.
Maybe something like this. We had Quelle, Neckermann, and I think Otto was something like this. It has all gone and vanished because of the internet and everything like this. But this was a long time. These catalogs were, and they ordered. These machines were built in the German Democratic Republic, but no one wanted to have something here in West Germany from the German Democratic Republic, despite their really absolute fine machines. And so they rebranded it, so no one thought, okay, it's from there. Even I think on the back side, just have a look. No, you see, there's nothing written, made in or something. No, nothing what would tell anyone where it was built. I see just my key number 1 is gone.
Key top.
Yeah, I do have in the back the Erica 10 label, and it says made in Germany, but yeah.
Just go to the right side, please.
If it says made in Germany, it was East Germany.
Yeah, it was East Germany. Yes, I think it was Seidel and Naumann was it before?
Yeah.
SN, and it was it's a very old factory, and later it stayed in the East Germany and was named Erica only. And they lasted really until the 80s. I have one plastic Erica here. It's really plastic and not as sophisticated as this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you for
the Erica 10 listings in the database have some from the 50s, and then one is listed there from the early 60s. So I expect this one is from the early 60s.
Oh, here's the serial number. I have to try to identify by the number. Can I have a light here? No, it doesn't work. So yeah, here's the serial number. I have to try to figure out if it's working with the Erica 10 line, or maybe it has an own line. I don't know. Then I can.
Yeah, I don't know how the database would work with that, but since they do seem identical, maybe it belongs under the Erica 10 in some way.
Yeah. We'll see, but beautiful machines, nice to have. And I like the green color of it. It's just beautiful, isn't it? And this effect is just marvelous. Really...
Do you know how to take it off the base? I haven't gotten.
Yeah, you have
the
to,
lid.
Yeah. Look here. You need these both on both sides here. See that?
Oh yeah, no, I got that. But the base that it's on in the case, how you disconnect it from the bottom.
You got to
when I push it.
Open
when
up
I push
the lid.
here, I can lift it up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's two little. There's a little latch in there.
And here the same.
And that unlocks it.
So you have
to lift it out.
So you have to have 3 hands, one here, one holding the cell phone, the smartphone, and lift it up. Wait, I can't. No, I can't. Okay, try it, please. Maybe, but I think it works. And
I'm
here's
guessing.
the
Yeah. I'm guessing you put your fingers under it, then move the lecture with your thumb
And lift it up. Yeah, that's it. Exactly. That's the move you need. That's it.
If your hands are big enough.
Yeah, I think it worked. But it's quite heavy. It's all metal, the machine. It's not so light to carry. And here on the other side is the carriage block. That's this lever here. Or lever is the English word,
Yes.
I think.
Lever, either works.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I have these strange, I was wondering about this. There's some kind of a...
It's just a lock. You just unscrew it and take it off, and then you'll be able to take it out of the case then.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. They generally came with that to keep them in, and a lot of people remove them. So I've seen them with, and sometimes they're gone.
Sean, do you have an Adler private in front of you? The same.
Yes.
Okay, I never. In white, is it, or is it the same color as mine?
No, it's a yellow.
Oh, nice.
It's it's a yellow with green keys.
Beautiful.
Which is weird, but it is original because the serial number is stamped right through the paint, so it's not a different paint. Yeah, the Privat, a very rare typewriter in North America. Or at least maybe it's not rare, but I haven't seen a lot of them.
I've watched on Typewriter database because I did some research about mine too, and they were only built for 2 years, I think 56 and 57 or something like that.
Yeah, not very many, and I don't think there's many on the typewriter database, is there?
No, there aren't, and I haven't seen any with American keyboards. So I thought they were only traded here in Europe, but now I see they are.
Yeah, that's an American keyboard. Not even a British or a Canadian one. Yeah.
Great. The type's really nice. I like it very much.
It's got such an interesting rail system, that integral rail, like cast rail system. It just makes it so like a faucet or one of those typewriters with that really different sort of system. It's quite smooth.
And we were just talking, I think, before you came in here, and the segment is running. Otherwise, it goes up when you do. Okay.
Yeah, it goes up. Yeah.
Really strange machine. Really strange machine.
Yeah, it's very. It's a very different machine for sure. I like it.
And I don't know what came in. Then came after these machines. The Monica came then. I think it was Olympia. Adler had the this one, and what came then in this size? So in the mid range. What came after?
This is what year is your Privat?
I think it's 56.
Okay. Yeah, so Adler and Triumph sort of merged together under that one umbrella company, and like Lynn has got the Triumph, the green one, but that's the same thing Adler used. They just called it something different, but they both use the same body style and the same typewriter then, and they cut out all these other weird models and just started using the same body style for the late 50s until they switched over to the square-bodied plastic in the early 60s.
Yes. But very interesting pieces of mechanical curiosity.
Yeah.
When I have your Americans here on the phone, what is a regular price for an Oliver when you trade one?
Which Oliver? The big Batwing or the later ones?
Yeah, Batwing. I got here one offered, and I'm thinking about, but I think it would be about 150 euros or something like that. Not so bad, but I don't know how the prices are.
Is it rusted out and is it a boat anchor? Or is it nice?
By the photos, it looks quite okay. I wouldn't say it looks like new, but it looks okay. And the seller said everything is moving and complete. Okay, the pen holder is missing. That's no problem. But he said, okay, it's in working order, and it looks quite okay. Not new, but even not totally rusty and bad.
That's pretty normal. Yeah, Oliver's had a rough life for the most part. They all seem to end up in barns somewhere. So 150 euros. What's that in Canadian or American? 250, 300.
Canadian,
No.
I think it's really the same like in dollars.
Almost, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
In US dollars?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's still like 500 Canadian then. Just joking. Maybe
Canadian is different.
Yeah, we're like pesos.
I have some Oliver offerings here about $80, but they don't work.
Yeah.
They don't work. And I've seen online there's a YouTube video about what to look for when you're buying an Oliver, because there's certain parts that you want to make sure are there, or else it won't really ever come back together again. And that's real valuable to look up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can try and find the channel, but there is.
I think I'll find.
Kind of is focused on Oliver's a lot, and there's just, if you ever want to tear one apart, she just gets you right through the whole thing.
I bought an Oliver number 9 for $80, a British marked one years ago. And it looked sort of crappy, but it types well once it got cleaned and adjusted. And then I've also spent $350 on a pretty pristine Oliver 9 in its original case with its wood base. And so, yeah, I mean, but most of them I've seen online, I mean, they look like they came out of a barn and they're rusted, to Lynn's point, and they're just,
there's nothing.
They're not very in good shape and they probably won't come back. But then you can find them, I think, for like the price you're talking about. And if they work and the guy says that they're decent, then yeah, it might be worth it. It's a very cool typewriter, very unique, neat to have.
That's, I think, nearly the only thing which is missing in my collection. I say just, but I don't know.
How's your back, Robert?
My what?
Your back. Like, do you have a good back? Do you have hernia problems? Hip issues?
I don't understand now.
Your personal health. How is your back? Is it sore? Did you hurt it when you were young?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
Then you should definitely buy an Oliver.
Just weight-wise, it's going to kill you.
Yeah, just weight-wise, it'll give you a bad back.
Right.
Okay, no, it's good for. I like to go to the gym, so why not lifting typewriters?
Absolutely. If you're a gym guy, then buy an Oliver.
Okay, thank you for the advice.
Yeah.
They were sold by the pound and were extremely expensive.
Yeah, they didn't drop them out of helicopters or aircraft parachute.
They can be weaponized.
They could be, yeah.
Okay, I'm afraid. I have to go look for my shelf. It's stable enough.
Yeah, good. You need a lot of weight on your shelves to hold an Oliver, but they're awesome. They're big bricks.
Yeah, the YouTube channel is called The Vintage Type, and there's just everything, and there's some things like if there's some vibrator parts missing, then it's kind of a goner. So you have to be a little careful.
So I will try to get contact to the seller, and maybe he can send me a video when it's typing, so I can see if the ribbon moves or something. As I said, on the pictures it looks quite okay, but I'm not an expert with Oliver. With a normal typewriter, I can see lots of things, but Oliver is really unique, and so I have to take care that I don't make a risk, because on the other hand, it's far away, so it's need to be shipped, and so another problem. It's not close to my home here, where I could say, okay, just go there, take a look at it, and pick it up or leave it. Yeah, the rail is fantastic with the Adler Privat.
Yeah, it's super smooth. It's I've got some gunk in there, I think, but
it's nearly like the facet or facet you say in America, I think. It has also the same smooth carriage movement.
Yeah.
With the ball bearings.
Yes.
I had a question about how we say the names. Should we be saying Hermes or Hermes?
No. Hermes is the fashion brand, the hoity-toity fashion brand. I think it's just Hermes for the typewriter.
No.
You think it wouldn't be the same?
No.
Nope. No,
No?
no, you're all
Okay.
wrong. Because as I'm German speaking, and the Swiss are speaking German too, and I think they would say Hermes.
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 I definitely think, Lynn, our mouths weren't made to say it like that, so I'm not going to ever say it like that.
But it could be possible because I think it could be also the French pronunciation be, and this would be Hermes.
Hermes. Yeah, that's what I
Hermes.
heard. And I thought, oh my gosh.
This
are
would
we
be the
saying-
French pronunciation, but the German pronunciation, which is also same with Swiss, would be Hermes. And we say, yeah.
If I start talking like that, you're going to think I've been drinking.
No.
I've got out my Hermes.
I know about my accent when speaking English, so I know about, you may know about your accent when speaking German or Swiss or French or whatever. So we have to live with our accents.
Yeah, yes, we do. And no shade on you. I can't fake my German Swiss accent that well. So I would sound really silly saying it the way I sound, trying to put all of a sudden very German or Swiss word into my sentence. So I'll just stick to a North American, trash the word and say it very simply.
Yeah, no problem.
If I sounded as cool as you, Robert, then that would be different. I would say all the words correctly.
Oh, well, one thing. Okay. Anyone else something to tell?
One quick question, just quickly. Wasn't Hermes a Greek god?
Yeah.
So
should it not be pronounced with a Greek accent?
That's true. There you go. You've got the Germans and the Swiss on that one.
Yeah.
So I think, but Hermes wasn't, I don't know the English word. It wasn't a god. It was something who delivered news to someone.
Okay, messenger. Messenger, yes.
Messenger, yeah, the messenger of the gods. I think it was the name. So we have in Germany we have a delivery service which is also called Hermes, or the Hermes, and it's a messenger for the gods in the ancient Greek, I think. But don't take it worth. Ask Aunt Google; she may explain it better.
Auntie Google, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Andy jumping in. Oh, go ahead.
You were going to say, Robert.
I'm finished. I'm done.
Okay.
Well, this is Andy, and I just wanted to say that I have sort of a very sad Olivetti Graphica that Lucas Duell is working on in Typewriter Chicago, and he just did a video yesterday about aluminum body panel repair, which is probably the most astounding process I've ever seen. And I know that Joe saw it and several other people, but if you get a chance on YouTube, it's just called aluminum body panel repair, and it's under the Typewriter Chicago account. And I mean, is that guy the most resourceful? He continues to astound me. And then he not only that, but because the paint was damaged, he had it repainted, perfectly. So anyway, I'll just say that machine looks great. He says the internals are still not wonderful, and I think that's a complicated machine because it has the variable spacing based on the size of the letter. And I think that's offered him a challenge, but I think that Lucas kind of likes challenges. So I'm really lucky he decided to take it on. The next thing is, if he does get it fixed, is getting it from Chicago out here to San Francisco without damage. And some people have offered some options on that. So I appreciate it, and I'll continue. I don't know, like I said, at this stage, I don't know when it's going to be finished. So I can't really proceed with any plans, but boy, am I lucky that he took that on. And not only did he took it on, but he documented it so well. Anyway, so that's my share for today, is that machine's coming along, and I just can't believe how resourceful Lucas is. If you haven't seen that video, you gotta watch it. It's not too long. It's about 9.5 minutes. So
I think he posted some pictures on the typewriter maintenance group, some still photographs too, Andrew, and it is amazing. I mean,
Amazing.
First of all, his videos are like art to watch.
They are like art.
He is so great at filming things. I mean, I always compliment him and tell him, Lucas, this is so beautiful. This will make somebody want to start collecting typewriters just to see your videos.
Well, and this one though is much more nuts and bolts. It's not like the ones where he sort of showcases a single unit.
Right.
He actually goes through and shows how he melts down aluminum in a crucible and then pours it, into, well, I guess it was all new to me, right? But you put the corner of the typewriter there, you sort of clamp it back into shape, and then you bury it in sort of clay or something, and then he pours it. And he did 2 attempts. The first one was not successful, and then sands it, put some Bondo on it, and then had it repainted, I think, at a car body shop. And it's amazing. So it's not, I know what you're talking about when he has like the musical background and stuff like this.
Yeah,
This is more like a virtual Hermes session,
That's okay. I'm just telling you that he is very artistic, and it doesn't surprise me at all that he wanted to take on that challenge, because he loves things that are difficult.
And he's like an undergraduate too. That's just what amazes me. If you do this as an undergraduate, where are you going to be 10 years from now, right? Building a space shuttle. So anyway, he's amazing. And
but who has a crucible in their garage they can pull out? And,
well, Lucas has a crucible in his garage.
Or he found one.
Or he found one. I know.
Because that's the thing, when you realize what you need, then you start looking for that thing. And, I'm sure if he didn't have one, he found one.
Yeah.
If I was dealing with that hot stuff, that would be like Diablo.
Well, he had those.
I don't repair anything. Gloves. I don't repair a darn thing. I mean, the most I do is clean. I don't do anything else, because, my God, if I harmed a typewriter, I would just melt. So I really have the greatest respect and love for these young people who are really wanting to get into this hobby and really make a difference.
Well, I said, like Carlos too, I think you're still on the line. Like, Carlos and Lucas, they're really too young to remember when these machines were everywhere, right?
Yeah.
You'd walk into an office and there was that clackety noise from a typewriter, and I can remember that. And, so for them to come along and not really have had that experience and yet still develop this passion is just, well, anyway, my hat is off to the younger folks on our group.
Well, I look forward to seeing that video. I'll be looking for it.
Oh, you're gonna love it. You're gonna be astounded, is what I'm gonna say. You're gonna be astounded.
I will, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But
that's really all I got going on. Thank you for the letters. For the first time, I'm behind in responding.
That's okay. It looks like you've been very busy lately. And having
fun. Anyway, I've got a lot of letters here, and I'm cracking away on them today. Thank you guys so much, because I loved every single one of them. And anyway, that's all I got to share, but it's all good. You guys are a lot of fun. I learn every day. And that's it from a foggy and cold San Francisco, which big surprise there.
But Andrew, I gotta say, halfway through that video, did your heart sink? Like, oh my God.
Well, because he had that issue.
Yeah, he had an issue, and I thought, wow, this is a goner. But he
he said, remember he said, you can't make a second attempt. And then he puts in like super title, he goes, but I did. So I held my breath for a minute, but I kind of knew he'd pull it off. And boy, did he. I mean, it's just beautiful. Just beautiful. I mean, he is an artist. He's an artist on a number of different levels. So.
Joe's got his folding Corona out.
I have seen people doing aluminum repair with a TIG, tungsten inert gas.
How does that work?
Excuse me. I have a tungsten electrode with electricity flowing through it, which creates an arc against the apparent metal, and the arc is shielded by an inert gas, so you can melt the metal and then add a filler rod or melt more metal into the crack to actually repair the metal.
So kind of like a weld?
It is, yes. It's a tungsten inert gas welding.
Now, aluminum is a bit of an art form to weld, though.
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is.
Uh-huh.
I've tried it. I suck at it.
Yeah, same here. Same here. Regular steel, yep. Well, okay, you can kind of get by, but aluminum, that is that's an art form.
Yeah.
Highest respect to whoever has mastered it.
Yeah. One local fella had a welding shop here, and he had to repair some copper. So he thought, I wonder if I could repair this with my tungsten inert gas welder. And for filler rod, he just bought some household wire, stripped the insulation off the wire, and used the conductor as his filler rod. Said it worked perfectly.
Wow.
But at least copper changes color before it melts. Aluminum doesn't.
Nope.
It's there and then it's gone.
Well, the next thing is, if it was a cast aluminum, that is a whole different ballgame. It's the same with like cast steel,
yes,
or something like that. Having to weld that, you all of a sudden get into porous material or pockets and all kinds of fun things.
And then you get stress fractures occurring either side of the weld.
Yep.
And of course you can't bronze weld or braze aluminum, whereas you can cast iron.
Correct. No, it's a completely different animal.
Yes, it is.
Now I wonder what Joe was wanting to show, because he just had that look into the camera. I think he was trying to show off the camera, the typewriter he just pulled out.
So, JC, where are you right now? Where are you from?
Currently I am sitting in North Carolina.
Okay.
I work
in the US then.
Yes.
Okay.
Originally I'm from Germany, though.
Okay. And
hey to the missus.
This is my lovely wife, Juliana.
Nice to meet you.
His ugly wife's busy.
And this is a girl who in the 1980s could type on an IBM Selectric so fast she could make the type element fly off.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And when the daisy wheel typewriters came in, she could type a full line and a half ahead of the machine and have to wait for it to catch up.
I've actually heard that from a number of people, though. Working back in the day, my stepmom, her favorite machine is an IBM Selectric, and said it's the best machine she's ever worked with. And once things got upgraded to computers and daisy wheel stuff, she was kind of like, nope. She kept her Selectric as long as she could for if it needed to be typewritten with several carbon copies.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. One of these days, about a half a year ago, I managed to get my hands on a Selectric 3 and got it back into working order. Luckily, there wasn't all too much to do to it, because once you get into the mechanicals of that monster, that's something else. And I got to take it down just for, pardon the French, but shits and giggles, and get that 45-pound monster down to Florida. And it's kind of like, here you go, have fun. And then she's gonna roll her eyeballs and say you're crazy. And but we'll see what happens. I just want to get a short video of her actually typing on it. It's just one of those things.
Yeah. I know.
And then it's what do I do with it, though? You've got this massive monster of a typewriter sitting there.
Well,
and I don't.
When I bought my wife an IBM Selectric 82, I was able to score probably 24 different type elements and got black, blue, green, red, and no red. Black, blue, green, and brown cassettes for it. So you can change the typeface, change the type color.
Okay. Interesting.
Yes.
No, I was just happy to get a functional carbon ribbon for it, and the one thing I do need to change out is the correctional ribbon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then it's going to be fully working again. I'm just really happy that, because that was one of those major achievements where I was really proud of myself. It's kind of like, yay, I got the IBM Selectric going, because like I said, the mechanics in it are insane. Whoever came up with that is either mad scientist or otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was IBM. That was my
Right.
first fix. That was my first fix of a typewriter, which is pretty good. And I'm working on a video of electrics, so I'll be doing a real scary one going down to the basement where I keep my Selectric, because that's where they usually are. You know, where else would they be? So.
Yeah. Well, just to kind of my situation, I'm currently in a 1-bedroom apartment here because I'm on assignment. Normally I'm in South Carolina. I have a house there, and that's where the rest of the family stays. And they've been kind of cringy regarding the typewriters because they do take up a lot of space, and it's kind of like, how many more of these things are coming? And it's kind of a few. So yeah, my significant other doesn't quite know yet that the IBM Selectric is going into the house. I just don't know how to sell it yet to her.
Yeah,
that's going to be a difficult one. Yeah, since I don't have a dedicated office or anything like that. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I do not look forward to that discussion.
Maybe it could live in your back trunk for a while.
Do I really want, with the current gas prices, do I really want to add 45 pounds of consistent weight to my car? Yeah, well, I don't know yet. So, no, I'm seriously eyeballing the backyard and considering building a so-called man cave. It was suggested to me, with all your collectibles, that might be the thing to do. Because I mean, there's not just typewriters. There's other office apparel and fountain pens and stereo equipment and cameras. I mean, pretty much, we went through this a couple of chats ago, that apparently a lot of folks associated with typewriters have kind of the same collectible hobbies, which is rather interesting. So
analog. Analog.
Pretty much anything analog, and nowadays the kids would say old timey. It's kind of, yeah, great. Thanks for labeling me that way. But yeah, the stuff you had available when you were growing up, let's put it this way. And yeah, it does accumulate a little bit, and in order to not have it sitting in a storage unit in boxes and actually be able to enjoy it, you do need a dedicated room. So yeah, I think that's going to be a thing the next year. Just building my own shed in the backyard. And I mean, on the one side, it's a very British thing to do. Mm-hmm. You have your shed, and that's where the man hangs out at.
Yep. My grandfather was exactly the same way. He had his shed where he did all his railroad modeling and O gauge. He used to build model locomotives from scratch, and all the rails, the tracks, the cars, trucks, mm-hmm. everything.
Oh, good Lord, Dad, that's still at my mom's house. The model railway. I'm not even going to bring that one along. There's a very nice Fleischmann railway set with expansion sitting in Germany in my mom's basement. So it's a thing.
Yes.
Now, just kind of going off of this, I know Joe was into photography and into like the fountain pens. I know several other members on here are into similar things. I just saw Lynn's stereo equipment. So what else is everybody into? Kind of general question. Or am I the only one that collects just for the sake of collecting?
No.
I know I have an acquisition disorder, so.
Me too.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
No, but fountain pens, anybody? Cameras, anybody?
Anything office for me, definitely fountain pens, paper, and all the office accoutrements, but no, I don't do cameras.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I just recently found a nice, what is it? A Pilot Model NO402 stapler at the Goodwill.
Cool.
Wonderful piece of equipment. For $4?
No,
Fully functioning condition?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that looks like. That.
Hold on. I'm gonna try and turn the camera on. So please, first of all, don't be scared.
Have you seen Half of Us? We don't judge.
All right. Is the camera working? Question.
Looks like it is. Yep.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's an awesome.
Those are nice.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. I've lost you.
There we go.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes.
Streamline.
Yeah, those are
And
nice.
it has an absolutely gorgeous, fully functioning condition, and yep, for $4.
Awesome.
Can't complain.
I'd totally spend $4 on that.
Yeah, when I saw it, it's kind of like, oh, okay, this is not staying here.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna turn the camera off again before the connection dies. Oh, lovely.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, this was out of off my dad's desk in Mom's basement.
Wow.
I think she has more too. I have to be patient. Just let the fuzzball walk. But yeah, there's at least one other one in their house. So.
Wow. No, those kind of things. I don't know. It makes my day, especially if you find it out in the wild.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I'm still looking for right now is a letter scale, a nice vintage one. So that's on the menu next, and seeing if I can actually hunt one down. I'm not looking at eBay or anything like that. It's one of those, when it comes along and it's meant to be, it'll show itself. So yeah, that's in there.
There are a lot of scales in this group.
Every time I watch it, and usually it's Sean that has all the good stuff flying around. It's kind of like, hey, look, see what I got. It's kind of like, yeah, I'd love to have one of those. Yeah, found it at the antique store for like $1.50. It's like, oh.
It helps me manage my own problem when I can spread it to others and make them go out and buy stuff too, because then it sort of rationalizes, and I don't feel alone. So
right.
Yeah.
No, it's like I said, the acquisition order is strong.
It is. Well, I mean, I'm not a Smith Premier person by any stretch, but I got to say, I've been so influenced by Diane that every time I'm on eBay and I see some weird ass Smith Premier eraser pencil combo or some sort
Thank
of
you, William.
thing from the early 1900s, I think maybe I should buy that and send that to Diane, because she'd appreciate the weirdness of this, but then I really like it too. So, but I don't want to start collecting Smith Premiers because that's for Diane to do.
Why is it just for me?
Yeah.
Well, you're the Smith Premier person.
You are Mrs. Smith Premier or Ms. Smith Premier. Yeah.
This is a letter scale I picked up at an antique show and sale a couple of weeks ago.
And that is pretty well exactly what I would love to have. Yes.
$25.
Very nice.
I don't know how old it is. It weighs in ounces, by the eighth of an ounce.
Oh, perfect.
So it does have some lettering on the top of the panel itself.
That's a little bit hard to see.
Yeah, which I can't quite read. However,
but a lovely piece, though.
Now just need to write up a cheat sheet converting ounces to grams, and I can figure out how heavy of a letter the Canada Post will accept for a certain rate.
Oh, that changes frequently. Hasn't that changed here recently in the US? The letter rates?
Okay, I think it's changing later this month.
Okay.
Maybe sometime after the middle of the month, but I'll tell you for sure.
The actual rates change every year or so, or a couple of years, but the weights don't. Up here, it's up to and including 30 grams is your base price. 31 to 50 grams is the next price, and 51 to 100 grams is the next price. Once you go over 100 grams, then it's considered a small package or parcel.
Okay.
U.S. letters on July 10th went from 58 cents to 60.
Okay. Well, the nice thing is about the U.S. Postal stamps, they do not have like a monetary value on them. So they're going to be, they're infinitely usable, which is a nice thing. I know in other countries, you usually have some sort of monetary value on them, and then you just have to add more.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is a nice thing, because I've got some really nice stamps here with the moon landing, the forever stamps. So I guess I still get to use them.
Yeah.
When does the price go up, Andrew?
It already went up on the 10th, and I've sent it
that'll be
out to
today.
the old rate. So I hope they don't return them to me. Maybe they give a grace period.
I assume they do.
Oh, hey, Gregory's typing.
Yeah, it would be today.
Yep.
Yeah, today. Yep.
I know that when Canada introduced their permanent stamp, I think I bought like $500 worth of stamps on the permanent stamps, because what Canada Post says is that they will honor those stamps for as long as the permanent stamp is being used. If they discontinue it, then they will buy back the stamps at the current value of a stamp.
Well, that's a good investment.
Yeah. But since then, I've used just about all of them up.
You write a lot of letters.
Well, with the business and with home, and I used to write a lot of letters back to my dad in England.
Okay.
I mean, permanent stamps came out. When did permanent stamps come out?
Permanent stamps?
Yeah.
I think since you and I have been married, maybe slightly before.
Yeah, so about.
Look it up on your phone.
About 03 or whatever. So close to 20 years. So you were talking about the American postal rate going up.
Correct.
Apparently today.
Yeah. Now, Joe Van Cleave was going to say something, but then he walked away.
Right.
Here we go.
I don't even know if my microphone's working. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
it's working.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get I'm using a really squirrely mount for my iPad. I'm just messing around with camera angles, and nothing's really perfect here. And my lighting is too harsh. because my face is kind of blown out anyways. Well, anyways, I'm just typing here on my Corona 3. I'm uploading a video, a Bob Marshall video, and yeah, so nothing. I don't have anything to say, William. That's all there is to it.
Hey, Joe, on your Corona 3, are whenever the I don't know what you want to call them, the flipping bars.
Yes.
Are they solid?
Yes, they're solid and they're plated like nickel.
Oh, okay. Because
probably.
I have the ones that are like L-shaped on mine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they made a number of changes to these machines over the years. This is a 1929 version.
Oh, okay.
So a little bit later in the life cycle of that machine. Probably can't really show you very easily, but
yeah.
Oh yeah.
See,
so it has those.
You knew you were high class when you had figure-in caps on both sides of the keyboard. Which
that's right. Exactly.
Yeah. Mine only has the one.
Yeah, you know, I really like the location of the space bar also, or the backspace. I mean, right up here. That's pretty nice, pretty handy. And I got some new feet from Tony Casillo, brand new rubber feet. So those work really well. And really all it needs is a new platen, but it works quite fine with a sheet of construction paper as a backing sheet. And yeah, I actually really enjoy using this. I think I enjoy this better than when I had my Corona 4. This is just a little bit more fun for some reason. And of course, smaller. Oh, I should mention, there you go. Oh, yeah. So that smaller size body was where it doesn't have the figure and cap shipped on the right side. That's the reason why they had that accessory finger rest key that screwed to the right frame. Because this one, the figure shift acts as the finger rest.
Oh, okay.
Right, because you have a place to put your pinky.
So pinky. I thought you said kinky.
So did I.
Well, you know, for some people it's a pinky. To other people,
it's kinky. Yeah, I gotcha.
We won't go any further with that.
No. PG-13.
Yeah, PG-13. So actually, the case you might have remembered the video I did on this. The case is in pretty tatty shape, and I left the case with Bob Marshall when he left here, and he's going to recover it for me. So,
that's nice.
In the meantime, with this machine folded down, I'm going to go look for a plastic like Tupperware kind of a dish, kind of a container at the store, you know, and it needs to be about 9 inches by 12 inches by about 4 inches tall, 4 inches deep. And I could actually put this Corona in a little plastic tub with a sealing snap-on lid. That'll be the temporary case for it when it's folded. So I'm going to probably go over to Target or something like that today and look for something like that. Maybe Walmart if I dare go to Walmart on a Sunday. But
yeah, this one has those L-shaped.
Let me show those to me.
I'm trying. It's kind of hard to see.
Oh yeah.
No, I see them. Right.
They're not the solid ones.
No,
I remember Ted said this was something of an anomaly on these. There was like a limited serial number range that had these rails like this, and they're just.
I think what I read was, and Ted might be right, but I think what I remember reading is, you know, these started out as the Standard Typewriter Company, and they made the Standard from like 1905 to 1912, I think, and then the Standard Company renamed themselves Corona. And they took the same Standard portable and made the early version of the Corona 3. So it might have been the early ones were that frame style. Have you dated your machine in terms of?
Yeah, this one's 1920, so it's
really?
It's kind of in the middle. I seem to recall Ted talking about this. There's some limited serial number range.
Yeah, you know, they also had versions with an actual short carriage return lever instead of the pinch shifting.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I'm not really sure what, you know, serial numbers those are, but I was going to tell you that what I've gotten really used to doing on mine when I do a carriage return is I pull it with the right hand and click it up one. And to me, that's quicker than using the pinch method on the left. Don't leave it on. I'll be on.
That makes
So,
sense.
Yeah, it kind of works for me that way.
Uh-huh.
Now I do have to do a little bit of adjustment to it. Like I mentioned this to Bob, and he was thinking this. So I don't know if you can, when you try to get a view of the carriage, there's a little bit of side to side play here. You see what I'm but and there's these little brackets that hold the carriage into the bearing rail, and really you have to just bend them, as you know, to get it. So the idea is to get it tight, but not so tight that it binds. And that's kind of the challenge, is getting just the right optimal tightness. But I need to do a little bit of reforming some parts. The other thing about that is that if you slide, let's see if I can find, if you slide the carriage over to one side, you'll find like on the edge here, there is one of those brackets right here that holds the carriage in place. But it only holds the carriage when the carriage is over on that half of the bearing of the rail. See, when you pull it over to the right, this little bracket isn't actually holding it. So there's only really like two brackets in the middle that hold it all the time, full distance on the rails. So those two middle ones are really kind of crucial to getting them bent just the right amount, so the carriage doesn't wobble too much. But that being said, you know, it's not like it's floating around in the space shuttle or the space station. There's gravity pulling down on it, so it does hold itself pretty secure. And the typing line is nice and straight. So maybe the fact that it wobbles a little bit like that doesn't really matter anything, you know. So
Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down.
They do actually fall down. They actually do. I always thought that should have been Weebelos wobble, but that's different. That's something different. Anyways. So yeah, I don't know how many typewriter collectors actually have Corona 3s. I mean, they made almost 800,000 Corona 3s in their production run from 1914 to 1941, but they're old, so I don't know how many are out there still.
I've been trying to get my hands on one.
Yeah, and finding one in good condition is always the challenge.
Yes.
Well, they're in good condition, but they want $300-400 for them. That's a bit above my pay rate right now.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're beautiful.
I just missed one that was for sale in my streets, and a coworker of mine just picked one up somewhere else. So too bad.
Well, they are truly ultra portable in terms of weight. They're only about 6.5 pounds, which I don't know how many kilos that is, but it's pretty lightweight for a manual typewriter. And they are pretty small. And I do think, though, if I remember right, you can still put, at least this size carriage, you can still put a number 10 envelope in type on it. So that's actually pretty cool.
If you ever do think about getting your rubber redone, you'll have to do a video on how you take the platen out.
You know, I asked Bob that, and he seems to think you just take a couple set screws off on the right knob and push it through or something, or pull it through, and then there's a thin little washer, or one of those thin big washers, like a spacer on the left side that you got to make sure you get back in place. But he made it sound like it wasn't too difficult, so we'll see. But that's Bob. Nothing's really difficult mechanically for him.
No kidding.
So, you know, the fact that it's not difficult for Bob doesn't really help us, does it?
Right.
So, anyways. So I've been using this little microfiber cloth to, lay over the keyboard when I fold it. And so then I find myself like just polishing it up all the time, wiping the fingerprints off of it. And I'm starting to obsess over it because it is pretty shiny, in good shape.
Yeah,
but I also like the way it types. It types really good.
Yeah, mine has some wear and tear on the right and left sides from where the paint's worn off, probably for the exact same reason as flipping it over, and that's what. Yeah. Well, that's the wear is.
Yeah, that's not centering the carriage properly because there's only a little bit of the platen on either end that touches the rails if you have it centered properly when you fold it. And if you miss that position, one of these levers or whatever is going to hit the frame and scratch it.
Oh.
That's usually what happens. So.
I think
there's been
I
plenty
think
of, whoop, go ahead.
I think what we should have, talking about getting platens out, shouldn't JJ Short have a link to how to get all the platens out for all the, possible typewriters out there? Wouldn't take long, just a couple minutes each unit, how to get it out, what to do.
I guess, but he's not a typewriter guy. He's a platen, a rubber roller guy, I mean, I think he started out recovering industrial rollers.
Yeah.
Like product handling rollers in factories and printing presses and stuff like that. So he doesn't really know as much about the typewriter itself. I mean, certainly one of us could probably work with him to get something like that.
It would be even easier just for somebody to build that whole website and provide him the link that he can just use on his website.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you go to JJ Short and it's like, hey, do you need to know how? By model, here's how to remove all of your platens. And boy, that would be a match made in heaven for people that just need that little bit of help to do that.
Yeah. And all the people out there fixing these things, they do it every day.
And everybody in our community knows every typewriter and how to get every platen out. So we could all put that information together on one page. It could be like a subset of a Type Pals style website. Wink, wink, Gregory. Another resource available that you just link for no money and free use by a company like JJ Short.
Yeah.
Aha, yeah.
Aha, yeah.
Aha.
Yeah, you would have a lot of fun trying to remove all the rubber for a Smith Premier 10.
Well, guess who would have to write up the technical spec on how to do that, Diane?
Yeah, I know. Been there, done that. Oh my God.
Once upon a time, there was a Smith Premier. Sorry, Joe.
No, I'm just being silly. Never mind.
Well, Joe's actually typed on that one, so.
Well, he knows.
Yeah, I can help you that. Yeah, so anyway, these are nice machines, but that's a good idea, Sean, actually. Somebody, see, the thing to do is in the company that I work for, if you're supposed to be at a meeting and you're not, then you get all the ARs, and AR is Intel speak for action required, like you get the assignment. Yeah. So Ted gets the AR because he's not here, but he already has a database.
Exactly. And so between a guy like Richard Polt or Ted Monk, those are the two preeminent website groups that could put together a technical spec on specific to that. I mean, Ted's already working on typefaces. So this is just another sort of side shoot of that. So yes.
How about we do a website called platinyank.com.
Yankyourplatin.com for only $2.99 a minute. Yeah.
Pinky. I mean,
pinky. That's take your kinky, stick it into
your kinky pinky.
Yeah.
So
well,
that's a good idea.
Given that that's one of the more expensive fixes that people contemplate, having to bring it into a shop where they charge you for taking it out, charge you for shipping it, charge you for, you could make it a more affordable fix if there was some good videos out there, I think.
Yes.
We should make it more affordable to improve the typewriters out there.
That's true.
I sent mine in with the type space because I haven't had a chance to be in there, but he asked me, hey, I'm sending in a couple, and you want to put yours in here with mine, and then we'll, split the shipping. So
that's super smart. That's super smart, Sam.
Yeah.
I mean, what does it cost usually for one to
80
be
80 to 100, depending on, I think.
Yeah, mine was my Corona 4 was I think $75, something like that.
Yeah.
It depends also if he has a number of the same kind of platen. He will reduce the cost because he doesn't have to set up the machine for each one separately. So if you have like a number of like 5 series Smith Coronas or something, it's better to ship them all out at the same time. Get them done at once, and he'll give you a break on the price.
I've got about 6 or 7 Corona 4 Platens I need to do, but I've just been too lazy to go to each typewriter, take everything out, document what Platen goes into what typewriter, because I like to keep the Platens with the right typewriters. I don't want to mix things up.
The screw to the left, the screw to the right.
Yeah, and put the screws in bags and keep them with the typewriter, but minus the Platen, and then stick them all in a box. And part of me is a little worried too about sticking 6 Platens from 1920s typewriters in a box together, and they all go missing together. Somewhere in the mail system would be my absolute fear. So I always, anytime I've done this, I put, shipping, signature, firstborn child, fingerprints in order to sign for it and get it there. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's so good to do, though. The reward of opening up a box and smelling fresh rubber.
Yep, fresh new rubber.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that people don't really know about their typewriters is new rubber gets you as close, assuming the rest of the typewriter is in awesome working condition, it gets it as close to what it would have been like factory new. And it is a whole different experience. Like, man, I've sat there with rubber Platens going, oh my God, it's such a great smell, or you sit here like this the whole time.
Addiction.
Yeah, it's an addiction, yeah.
Yeah, my Silent Super is all new rubber, everything. And it is the closest to a new machine issue. It's like a time machine.
Yeah.
And it is pretty darn quiet, I'll say.
Yeah.
If you put it on a typing pad, a thick pad, it's really quiet.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, I love it.
So.
Oh, that reminds me. Sorry, guess who I got a letter from yesterday? You wouldn't believe it. So there's this guy that I have written before, and usually it's like a couple of years it takes him to respond. And I always thought, well, he's really busy and he's a super popular guy and he's pretty cool and all this kind of stuff. So anyway, you just sort of forget about it after a while and you're like, oh, it's not anything personal. It's just that he's super popular and he's got a lot of letters. And he's actually told us before, hey, I got a ton of letters to get through. Got to find the time.
I wonder who that is.
Yeah, maybe some people are figuring this out. Anyway, it's like I get to the mailbox and Carol goes, oh, look at that surprise. There's a letter. And I'm like, this is not just any letter, Carol. This is a Joe Van Cleve letter. This is super, super rare and super, super special. It's like getting a letter from Tom Hanks almost, especially when the last time I think I wrote Joe was 2019 or before COVID or something like that.
It was terrible.
No, this is not and I'm not
2 years ago.
Yeah, I'm not being, because
I think it was last summer, because I think I am I'm now 10 months.
Oh, that's
a year behind.
That's probably it.
I'm making progress.
Oh, you know what, Joe? Hey, I've never wanted to pressure you because I thought if I pressure Joe, he'll drop me from the list because he's got no excess of type pals to call. But I was just super excited.
I got a bunch of letters out a couple of weeks ago, and then one of the people I wrote 2 weeks ago already sent me a letter back. And it's like, well, you're going in the back of the pile, and that's like 10 months.
You're trying to get in early.
I know.
Yeah, no, I thought I'm going to wait a couple months before I respond.
I got somebody from Australia that sent me a letter, and actually those U.S. International Forever stamps are a really good deal. Yeah. When you mail them to Australia, because you're getting the most miles per cent of cost.
Yeah. Right. It's a bit more wasted for Canada, right? Because we're right next to you. But Australia, what a great value.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Exactly. We could have William could just smuggle them across the border.
That's true.
We could mail it to a P.O. box in some strip mall in, Minnesota and have you go across and then just bring them across through the border for us. And remail them in Canada.
Yeah, that's how William gets his drugs and other stuff.
Sorry, I stepped away for a second. Did you just set up an international smuggling ring?
Absolutely.
Typewriter letter smuggling ring.
Yeah. Typewritten letters across the Canadian-U.S. border.
I remember once asking our postmistress, how come it costs the same for you to take a letter from my hand and put it in a mailbox in the same post office as it does for me to mail a letter all the way to the far east end of Newfoundland? And he said, well, it all averages out. Sometimes you get better value for money than others.
Yes, that's true. That's what it is. Exactly.
Very true.
Some very polite gentlemen with wearing red coats on horses are going to show up at your front door.
Yeah. So, Brian, what are you doing there? I can't quite tell.
I'm building a Lego set, Lego typewriter.
Oh, okay. Well, you're in your kitchen, and I thought you were like doing something cooking wise on the island there.
No,
Gonna have Lego.
Can you see it?
Okay, there you go. I see. All right. So how difficult is it so far? Looks like you're having fun.
For a guy like Brian, that's probably not difficult at all. But you're on mute now, Brian.
Unmute myself. Did I do that? Yeah, okay. Yeah, this was step 1. This is step 2. I'm just starting right now. There are 9 steps. So it's not going to be easy.
It's pretty funny.
That looks
Step
like a
one,
fairly
make
thick
sure you have
instruction
all the
booklet.
parts.
Yeah, I think you have all the parts.
200-page instruction booklet for assembling the typewriter.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
like
literally. Yeah.
2,000.
Probably in 6 languages.
Oh yeah, that's right. The other languages.
I was given, well, my wife gave me a Lego typewriter for Christmas, and I've had a look at it, but I'm not going to start until I get things sorted out and tidied up. And the nice thing about those is that you can change the keycaps around. So of course, mine is going to have the Dvorak key map layout on it.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, this is going to take a while. Well, I'm having fun.
That's what
What's not to
counts.
like about doing Lego?
Yeah, don't keep watching me. Self-conscious.
Get nervous. Put it together wrong.
Yep.
Well, at least he's supervised. I saw a nose poke in the frame there.
He's over here.
Oh, Coda. I love your kitchen. You got the perfect bachelor kitchen, man. Typewriters all over the counters, Lego on the. Oh, it's perfect.
Oh, something to dream about.
Yeah, and a guitar.
Yeah, well, when you get divorced and have to move in with your parents because of debilitating neurological disease, a lot of great things happen.
Yeah.
It's all a trade-off.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, so Gregory always, Gregory loves Koa. And so, he's creeping in the background because the only time he pops in is when we talk directly about him or he sees your dog.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get him to turn around. Hey, Koa, over here.
Koa.
Yeah,
Oh, Koa. Good dog.
Oh, don't lose pieces.
Don't eat the pieces, Koa.
He eats driver's licenses, passports.
Oh.
He doesn't eat Legos.
It's an acquired
Not
taste.
yet.
So I was going to mention that you guys remember this little pointer that I made a while ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I have my iPad mini, which is what I'm using for this live streaming. I have it set up on a tripod and it's a little bit too far to reach, to mute the sound. So what I have this cheap ballpoint pen that has a little tablet type of
Oh wow.
touch sensitive thing on the end. So I just taped it to the end of my pointer. So now I can go and like mute myself.
Yeah.
Unmute myself.
Now, if you can just bulk up that finger and the whole hand, then you don't have to turn it around. You can just
that's exactly what I need to do. I need to get one with a red fingernail colored tip and make this pen into a bigger finger.
Yeah.
I know.
Joe, do me one favor though. When you do that, don't change the proportions of the hand because the hand you made is such a funny, weird looking hand that if you tried to make it look normal, it would be not as fun.
It's a cartoon hand, that's for sure. No, I agree.
I like it,
Me too. Yeah.
Oh, well.
I got this at the dollar store.
Oh yeah. Oh, I like
Is that the middle finger?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Well, I do want to point out that I'm using the index finger here. So I just want to point that out.
So you should do a pinky one too, Joe, just for that.
Oh yeah, I know. And actually the pinky typing, the video that I'm posting right now, Bob and I were talking about electric typewriters, and we actually got to the subject of you can literally pinky type on an electric type art machine.
Yeah.
Right. because you don't need hardly any force.
If you want to add another segment to that video, Joe, I suggest you type as if you're using an early BlackBerry too, because we all used our thumbs for that first couple of years. That if you did a typewriter like that, you'd be doing it.
Yeah, I think pinky typing is going to be the new thing.
Yeah, pinky, thumb typing, and
actually, I find myself not really able to thumb type that well, especially when I'm in the factory in the clean room with my gloves on, and just blunt force trauma, like blunt sticks, there's not very accurate for.
No, it's hard, but it's learned.
So I end up using my pinky a lot for that, actually, like keyboard typing with the pinky, and it's not very
the
fast.
smallest finger, right?
Yeah. And they do have the microphone mode, the text to speech, but the factory is noisy. There's a lot of background noise, so it doesn't always work that well. And plus, sometimes you don't want to be talking when you're around people and you're trying to type something else and they're busy talking or doing something. You don't want to disturb them. So, So
that's where I just use a stylus for my texting. But my fingers are so big.
Yeah. I should probably do that too, but then I have to worry about not dropping the stylus and going through the floor, the raised metal floor and all that. So,
and of course, one other use for the pinky is this: a microwave.
Yes, that's right. Well, so where is Gregory at? Did he say he's on vacation? Do we know where?
He's just at, I think, just at home. He's just trying to take a couple weeks off, I think he was saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just, I guess we're pretty heavy duty, right? So
we
are. A break from us.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, there's a note there for Gregory, for William.
William, check your Type Pals PM for a solid rule of thumb conversion for Celsius to Fahrenheit.
Oh, yes.
Probably.
Yes, that was
5/9 plus 32 or whatever the formula is. One of those.
Yeah.
That's Fahrenheit minus 32 times 5/9.
Okay.
Yeah. Divided by pi with a delta somewhere.
And of course, we all know that pie are round and cornbread are squared.
Yes.
That's a given.
Pie are round.
Pie are round, yeah.
My grammar not so good, but pie are round.
Pie are round. Pie are yummy.
Yeah, pie are yummy.
Yeah. Yeah. Like 4/3 pi are cubed.
Yeah.
Right.
Is what?
Volume of the sphere.
Correct.
Ooh, geez, you nerds. That's awesome.
You're calling us nerds?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're all nerds in our own way, but like I came through a English social studies history side of love and passion versus a math, science, and all that stuff. That's not my thing. And I got into typewriters because there didn't seem to be a lot of math involved. But then you get a math typewriter, with all the, half-life and all the other symbols, and all of a sudden you're finding yourself learning about equations, which is silly because I hated math when I was young, but now I'm trying to learn about math equations so I can type out good math equations on my math typewriter. And I'm thinking to myself, geez, it's amazing how typewriters turn you on to things that you absolutely thought you would have never used or liked. But yeah, anyway, Joe knowing the blah, blah, blah of a thing, that's pretty great.
Yeah.
In my Greek typewriter, I typed the first 100 digits of pi as a typing test.
Oh, that's fun. Did you just know that off the top of your head, Brian?
No.
Oh, okay.
I used to know well, I know powers of 2 because I grew up with computers, so I never memorized that much pi. But I've got 100 digits of it now. You can actually ask Google to say them for you and say, "Hey, I won't do it now because everyone thinks going to do something." Hey, keyword, recite the first 100 digits of pi. And that's how I checked it when I was done.
Oh, okay.
2 to the 8th is 256. Hey, if you notice, and behind me is my little abacus hanging on the bookcase, and there's the number that's entered on the abacus is 3141592. There you go. If you put the decimal point in the proper place, you have pi.
Joe, I assume you've done a video on how to read an abacus?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably years ago. I don't remember seeing that one, but I'll have to look because that doesn't mean anything to me. But I'm like, if I needed to learn, I'll go find one of your videos.
Yeah, well, it's just the numbers above the bar mean 5. So like the second column from the right has four beads on the bottom and 5 on the top. That's 9. So 4 and 5 is 9. One next to it's a 5. You know, pretty simple.
Okay.
Basically, if you look at your hand, if the thumb was 5 and the fingers are 1 each, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And with 2 hands, you can do 99, up to 99.
What happens if I take away the top fingers? Because you've got 1 down and then 3 at the bottom, but you got 1 down and then 4 at the top. How's that different?
Well, like this, that's 8, right? 5,
Okay, I'll watch the video and I'll come back next week.
Okay. There will be a test. So
okay,
be
good.
sure you study.
That's why I come here every Sunday.
For the test?
Yeah,
Yes.
for the tests.
For the math. It's all for the math.
It's all for the
trying
math.
to get Sean educated in the sciences.
I'm gonna have to find a new hobby then.
Anyways, so I was curious what everybody's doing in terms of what are you guys working on in terms of writing? Anybody have any long-term writing projects?
Yes. I do, and it's half baked, and I've held myself up not just going for it. So one of my problems is, unlike when I was young and without fear and somewhat ignorant and had no problem just going for it, I find as an adult you put hindrances in your way, especially as a writer. It makes it hard just to go for it, as Nike says, or just do it. And so my idea, which I feel is really good, is a fictional city called Olympia City. Where they're noir tales. So there'd be short stories, a whole series of short stories on this fictional city from the lives, different viewpoints of different people involved in the city, your blue collar steel workers to your hard boiled detectives to your criminals to your politicians and everything in between. And over the series of the 10 or 15, 20 short stories, all these people are tied together and will appear, and the impacts of some of the earlier stories will come into later short stories where it doesn't seem like there's a related person, but everything impacts everything else. So my whole series was, going to be called, Noir Tales from Olympia City. And so I've got all this premise, but I overthink it too much and I overdo it. And as a result, I've only written half of the first one and have never really been happy with it. So I spend a lot of time starting and rewriting and starting that whole thing, and then not being happy with it and trailing off and putting it away and then coming back in a month and then doing it again. So I've really made no progress, but that's been my long-term writing focus.
I like the premise. I like the premise of that story. Yeah. I mean, I actually like the idea of maybe in that world, there's a writer who's doing the very thing you're doing, struggling with trying to write.
That's,
Of course, he's a typewriter-based writer and all that. But then you could have, maybe you could have it like Gotham, and there's actually like a link to Batman in there somewhere, like noir detective fiction, Batman. Somehow.
Yeah, and it's funny. It came up because I had put a bunch of my 2-tone typewriters, my Olympias, SM3s and 4s out for pictures all together one day. And it just dawned on me. And it's one of those moments, you have those little epiphany moments where you realize, even though it might come from a weird place, you go, this idea is really important to keep and follow up on. And so I had all these little 2-tone Olympias around, and I thought, got it, 2-tone town. You got both sides. You got the good side and the bad side. Like it or not, this is reality. This is life. And I'd call it Olympia City because I had all these Olympias out in front of me, and have to be noir because I really love noir and I really love that style of writing and that look. So that's where the whole Olympia City came from, and 2-tone town, which would sort of be the series name. But anyway, yeah. No, I like that one, that struggling writer one. You sort of write as yourself, struggling.
And I actually had this idea as we're talking about, like, create a guy that's not superhero like, but he's an actual down to earth troubled person who becomes the inspiration for Batman. Like a weird guy that dresses up and lives in some tower somewhere in an old warehouse
and it's actually the real life inspiration for Batman. But he's a very negative personality. He's not like the superhero guy. He's a troubled person. You know,
he's not the guy that the marketers would want to try to sell because it just doesn't work with the marketing. But
he's a kind of a very dark person. You know, that's interesting.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh, just a quick question. What are you typing on? I'm sorry for interrupting.
Go ahead.
Is that an Underwood or an Olivetti or something like that?
What? Sorry, is it mine?
The one that you have in front of you right now. Yeah.
Oh, that's this is the Erica 10, but this is the
Erica.
American branded Aztec 700.
Okay, I didn't recognize the red badge.
Yeah, no, I brought it out because Robert Lehman had his Irene or whatever, and then Irene, yeah, and then Diane had her Erica, which is all the same body
this
stuff.
This Aztec is made by Pontiac, and it, which then has a direct connection to Breaking Bad, because that was Walter White's car, right?
The Aztec has consistently been the #1 ugliest, most hated car on my list forever. I thought it was the worst car. This is definitely way more beautiful than an Aztec.
I don't know if the European people here listening know what an Aztec is, but it's pretty ugly.
Oh,
just Google it.
I think thanks to YouTube, it made its way over the pond for some people that are interested. But yeah, the Aztec does have.
It's like the Gremlin, the AMC Gremlin of the modern era.
Yeah, but the Gremlin now has a certain amount of charm, at least. The Aztec will never get that kind of charm, I don't think.
You know, my mother-in-law in Santa Fe, New Mexico, had a Gremlin. It was a burnt orange colored one, and her grandkids discovered that it had a V8 engine in it.
There are some out there, yeah.
So Grandma's car was actually pretty quick.
Now there is a European version that something similar to an Aztec. It's called a Fiat Multipla. That
sounds ugly.
Yeah, it was probably one of the more ugliest cars put out there. And I'll put it in line with the Aztec. They're about the same vintage too.
Joe, what was the not the Gremlin, the other AMC, the bubble top one with the wraparound back windows, same kind of two-door compact. What was
Pacer,
that?
The
Pacer. My grandma had a Pacer, and man, you could not keep that thing cool in the summer.
It was a greenhouse.
Yeah, it was a big greenhouse. Yeah. She had a urine yellow one. Urine yellow color. Yeah.
Nice.
Not the uranium typewriter, but the urine yellow.
Yeah. I think it faded to that color.
Yeah, so there's no wonder why the American Motors Corporation went out of business, or I guess they got sold to Chrysler at one point, and that's where let's see, I think AMC had their last model was the Eagle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then they sold the whole company to Chrysler, and that's where Chrysler had the Eagle for a while. It was the last remaining vestige of the AMC Corporation.
Yeah, because Jeep was associated closely with AMC in those last couple of years, I think, too.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's funny, Joe, you mentioned that. I just saw a 4-wheel drive AMC Eagle for the first time in probably 30 years. I mean, it was very, very rusted out in the back wheel wells, but I saw it like probably a month ago driving somewhere, and I was like, oh my God, an AMC Eagle, a 4-wheel drive version. My God. Yeah. I get excited when I see a Reliant K car now.
Yeah, I know. With the Corinthian leather.
With the Corinthian leather and the wood paneling.
The AMC Eagle was the first crossover before crossovers had even been invented.
Yep. Yeah, isn't that wild, eh?
And Ricardo Montalban, who played Khan in one of the first Star Trek movies.
And Fantasy Island.
Well, yeah, that was the guy that advertised the Chrysler and the Corinthian leather.
I still think of one of the ugliest vehicles I've ever seen. I think it was the Nissan S-Cargo.
The what?
Snail.
The S-Cargo. There's a little cargo van.
Oh.
I think the Suzuki Juke is pretty ugly.
Oh, the Nissan Juke, yeah.
Or Nissan, yeah.
With the little bug eye headlights and
and there's like a little corner window on only one side of it in the back.
Oh, the Nissan Cube.
Oh, Cube. That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that thing is as ugly as, that's number 2 on my list after the Aztec.
The Juke has a transmission hump between the front seats that's painted the body color like a motorcycle gas tank. It's my ex-wife bought one.
Uh-huh.
Oh, man. Now, earlier on, we were talking about math keyboards. I don't know how we can see this, but there are some interesting keys on this Quiet Deluxe. I don't know if anybody knows what they are.
Move it up a little bit.
Over the 7 is really weird, whatever that is. It's hard to tell.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know what that
Like
is.
chemical, it looks like a symbol used in a chemical equation.
Oh,
okay.
Three is delta. 3 is the big delta.
Yeah.
Large delta.
Now, I believe that also means change, doesn't it? In nursing terms, a change dressing or something like that.
I don't
At
know.
number 7, I wonder what number 7 is. And then you got
That looks to me like something you'd see in a chemical equation, because whenever you're writing like an equilibrium, you've got one going each direction.
a tilde.
Okay.
What's the one on above the period there?
Pi. That's
Is that a
simple.
pi? Oh, that's pi. Okay,
Yeah.
that's normal. So the one above the divided sign there beside the P is very interesting. That sort of line
Yeah.
on the bottom with.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
I'm
not
gonna look
sure
at-
what that is.
Me neither.
Maybe it's an electrical symbol or
No,
something.
I have no idea. And the is above the 7 is interesting. With the 4. And what's above the 4? Oh, dollar sign.
And that's even stranger.
Yeah.
Upside down T kind of.
So those are some symbols I'm not familiar with. It's a Royal Quiet Deluxe. Types nicely.
Send a note to Richard Polt. Richard Polt has this uncanny ability to identify a keyboard by just looking at one key.
Nice. This one I made new feet for it from round baler conveyor belt. Yeah, the belts on round baler, hay baler. So yeah, they work. It's getting kind of heavy. So carry on. We talk about cars. Well, have I frozen? I've frozen.
No, you're not.
There we go. Okay.
Maybe you are now. Hey, Sean.
Yeah.
It's nice to see you. I haven't been on. in a
Yeah.
few weeks.
I missed you, Diane. I mean, I see your posts sometimes on some of my stuff there. And I'm glad to see them because then I know Cole's okay. Good work, Cole. But yeah, no, I missed you here the last few weeks. It's been between Corona and being out of town. It's been busy.
Yeah, I had hip replacement surgery. On
Oh yeah, how did that go?
So yeah, it went well. I'm doing great. I'm
You look
not-
good. You got good color.
I haven't really been outside worth a hoot.
Yeah.
I need to get outside. I've been walking. I spent some time at Mom's house recovering. Mom keeps wondering what she's still doing here at almost 93, but she's here to take care of her kid. You know,
Got to stick around until you get your hips all done.
that's
Yeah.
right.
Did you get titanium, steel, nylon, rubber, or plastic hip? Which one did you go for?
I don't know. I got
Oh.
what they call a super path. So it's done differently and it heals a lot faster. And I don't remember what kind of material it was. All I know is I don't hurt any. It doesn't hurt to walk.
Which is nice.
I'm not hobbling like a geriatric case, you know, because
Yeah.
before, believe me, I would turn the video off if I was gonna stand up and walk out of the room. I would turn the video off so you couldn't like see how bad I was hunched over. And I'm still trying to get myself to stand up and straight and all that. And I feel a lot taller than I did about 4 weeks ago because it was just not a fun thing. And it hurt.
Well, I'm glad you did that. Do you know if your hip is rated for an Oliver number 9 or a Smith Premier 6?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
I have not, actually that Corona 3 is the first typewriter I've lifted in 3, since before I had that surgery,
Well, you got to build up, right? So you start with a Corona 3, you move
Yeah.
up. No,
Yeah,
that's good.
I haven't been typing at all, because I didn't take a typewriter to mom's. I've needed help. I had to take one of my cats back to the vet yesterday after just picking them up from the vet on Friday. And I needed to call my mom's neighbor to come help me with, it's like I was able to get the cat into the carrier, but I need help carrying him to the car and then to the vet, and so I'm working on it.
It takes time, but no, that's good.
It does.
Did you get twitchy at your mom's house without a typewriter?
No, I there were times I did. I actually got a postcard from Switzerland.
Ooh.
From somebody on the list that I don't know, and then I got another. It's like yesterday I got a letter from a guy down in Florida, and mom's like, well, she rattled off his name, Miami. Oh, okay, it's probably because I'd seen it on my informed delivery that I get from the post office. So it's like, yeah, that's a typed letter, a typed envelope. It's from a type pal that I don't know yet.
New type pals.
Yes, new type pals. So, no, I really didn't. My friend in Ohio bought a Smith Premier #2. She said, oh, she kind of won that auction by accident. And it looks better than any Smith Premier 2 I have. I mean, the chrome on it looks like it's in great working order. It's like I said, I'm jealous.
Maybe you can fix it for her and then give her one of your.
It doesn't need fixing.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean it's in that good of shape. It doesn't need fixing. It's like I'm jealous.
That happens. I hate that, but it happens.
It does, but because I've got a Smith Premier 2 that's got something going on with it, but I haven't messed with it in a while, and I don't plan to for a while. I might pull. I don't know if I actually started writing my first letter today, and it actually is a pencil pal. So
Blackwing.
Yeah, it's a Blackwing.
Oh my.
What?
Oh my, a Blackwing.
Yeah.
A Blackwing, which is uncommon.
A Blackwing. Yeah, I'm actually using this vintage pencil tablet for it. Well, it's vintage. It says 49 cents up here, and then it was put 22 cents, and it was actually the cent sign stamp. And
so it didn't even sell for that many 40 some cents, and they had to discount it by half just to get it out the door. I love it.
Yeah, I don't know. It was in my parents' basement. It was on Dad's desk, and so I've kind of been taking things off of Dad's desk because, well, Dad's not here anymore. But yeah, along with the stapler came from down there, and the pad. And it's like I figure, well, I'll start using it, and I picked the black one because it was the darkest, because the paper is kind of yellow.
Oh, Mike's here, Ken's here, Marvin's here.
So
Sorry.
you can see kind of how yellow the versus here's the back of her letter. So versus a normal white sheet of paper, it's pretty yellow. So
yeah,
there's nothing wrong with using yellow paper. It really looks antique-y.
Well,
that's because it is antique.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it's like her letters from like March. It's like I took up Joe's little habit of stamping a date on the back of an envelope, so I know when it came, and she was talking about like snow, and it's like, well, it's the middle of summer.
Since your letter, it has gotten much nicer.
Well, no, I would do it this way.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, right. Pencil letter. Yeah, pencil pal.
Yeah, but yeah, I have quite a few type pals to reply to as well, and so yeah, I might get my I don't know which machine I'll be using. Maybe I'll be using the Corona 3 for a while. Although
carry it.
I know there's something awry with it because it hangs up on 47 on the scale, and it's like I think I was able to get my boroscope in there, and I saw a reflection off of something, but it's not clear enough to see what, you know, if it's a chip on a rail or something. I don't know. But I know if I get into a good enough rhythm, it will pass that point. But it does want to hang up on it.
It's just a little bit of gunk or crap built up in there.
I don't know. If it's shiny, I think there might be a chip on a rail.
Oh, I hope not. I hope not.
It's almost one of these things I wish I could see it a little clearer, but I haven't really tried, and since it's naturally right in the middle, you know, it's really hard to tell. And I can't really see it, you know. I that's why maybe I need to take the platen off. Maybe I could see it better then. I don't know, but I haven't tried that yet.
You will eventually.
Yeah. If it was a broken tooth on the rail, it would skip that point.
Well, it basically stops.
Yeah, but if it's a bent tooth, then it will jam between teeth on the escapement pinion.
Well, I know it stops, but it can't, you know, it doesn't take a whole lot to dislodge it, and it'll move along, along this way. But yes, it will just, I'd have to show it to you. I'd have to like type and you know, you can just watch it stop. And of course, then because I'd be showing it to people, it would go blow right past it.
Yeah, of course it would.
It's like everything else.
If you try to show somebody, it just won't do it. It's when you're by yourself. Yeah.
I see you have a typewriter shirt on too today.
Yep, I got my Imperial Good Companion, even though I'm not using one. You got your Esgo one.
Yeah.
Where did that shirt come from, Sean?
These both, Diane's and mine, come from Typewriter Threads. And so he is awesome. He's got an absolute ton. I think he's on Etsy, but I've gotten to him through Instagram. And so I found him on Instagram. I think a bunch of us did. Anyway, I bought like 8 or 9 of these things because he's got every model, a ton of different models. And so I just, you know, I mean, God, if he made briefs and knickers, I'd buy those too. But unfortunately, it's only t-shirts right now. So yeah, lots of good choices though. Now, the only thing William, because Bill's not here. Anyway, he likes to put the model name underneath. Yeah. Like on Diane's. I asked him to remove that and not put the model name because I think it just looks a little better, just a typewriter, not the model. So he's got the ability to make some changes if, you know, depending on what you want. And he's always looking for new typewriters to put on. Apparently the Royal Quiet Deluxe, or was it the Royal Arrow one he's got, is based on a picture that Cleary sent him. So he took all these from different people.
Oh, well, gee, I should send him a Smith Premier.
Yeah, you should send him a Smith Premier. Get your Smith Premier done.
And of course, I have an Imperial Good Companion one that I use.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah, this was my reward for winning the typing contest in the was it antiques, ancient antique difficult.
Ancient. The golden age person.
And Diane, I'm assuming they were talking about the typewriter and not the typist when you say
yes,
antique and difficult.
About the typewriter, not the typist.
No.
Can relate.
Creaky sounds not coming from your typewriter when you get up.
It's like, you know, I typed 10 minutes longer than anybody else did, but that's because I know that if I stop too soon, I've made mistakes, and it's like, you know, if there's a point where I can feel, you know, that I do start making more mistakes, and that's the time to stop. So, you know, since they say you have to type at least this many minutes, you know, it's like I think I typed 20 24 minutes, something like that, 24, 25 minutes. That's a lot, but you know, I know I kind of have learned how to do what I need to do in these competitions, so to speak.
Sean.
Yes, Robert.
Yeah, you're on an Erica. Now I've picked up my last Erica. I think it's really the last series of Ericas. Yeah, I found it to be thrown away on the street, so I picked it up, and it's really plastic.
That's very. Is that yellow or very orange? It looks very orange.
No, it's yellow because it's getting dark here a bit, and I can't make. No, it's a quite nice yellow. I love it. It's beautiful. But we were talking about the Aztec cars, and so I just asked Auntie Google for what is Aztec, and it reminds me on this machine. So I thought, okay, I will present it. Because well, you can say, is it ugly or is it beautiful? I don't know.
It's got a 1970s look to it, Robert, for sure.
I think it's 80s.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I think it's really one of the last manual typewriters made in Germany, I would like to say.
How is it to type on? Okay.
Quite okay, I would like to say, but not as solid as an SN3 or something from the 50s or 70s. It feels a little bit cheaper, and the sound is clacky and not everything here. It's okay, but on the other hand, I think this machine is not worn out. I think it has been used only a little bit. It looks really inside. That's the way I found it. It was in a case. The case is a bit not so beautiful, but I think the machine has not very much miles on it.
No, I don't think 70s and 80s typewriters had as many miles as older ones did. I find they're in much better shape. It's like they got bought, used a couple times, and put away, and then forgotten about until now.
Yeah, I think this one was maybe only for private use, not for professional use, I think. But I like it, and it's okay. But I have a question. Maybe maybe some experts on typefaces. Look at this, please. It's a very formal typeface.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's sans serif.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a sans serif type, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
There's nothing. There's no nothing more than has to be there.
Almost like Arial.
Well, yeah, it's sort of a simplified version of a robot or a sort of a cubic.
Yeah, but it's
very simple. Yeah.
But the O and so is still round. It's not square like the.
I'm not saying it is. I don't know what.
It's not a cubic.
It's not. I'm just saying it's a descendant of the sort of the very simplified, no serif typeface. Yeah.
But I think for nothing it's okay, and well, it types, it works. It's not unpleasant to write on it, but I have other machines which are more pleasant. But I like the styling a bit. It's the same like the boxy Hermes 3000, which I think Joe, we were talking about it, which is so ugly that it's starting again to be beautiful in its own way. Or you make a naked writer out of it.
I think this Erica reminds me of the Studio 45 Olivetti in terms of body style.
Right.
Yeah. Quick question: the lowercase g, is that a two-story G or is it an open tail?
Here with this machine.
On that one.
Here's the lower.
Okay. Yeah. Open tail. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if the other wait, I'll just make the just a second. And these are the lines. Very formal.
Oh, the Simoleon symbol from SimCity.
This one or what?
No, I'm just being funny. Anybody who's played SimCity back in the day, they use that S, whatever that S is, Robert, with the little
paragraph.
Is that a paragraph?
Is for laws and something like this.
Yeah.
For justice. It's used in justice or in laws. It's,
okay.
I don't know. We say paragraph, or it would sound translated paragraph, but I don't know how you use it in America.
I think I've heard it called as like a section symbol.
Yeah. If you were typing a draft and wanted the printer to put the next section in italic or whatever, you'd put that section symbol, then put an uppercase I, then write the rest of it, then put the symbol again, so the printer would then know to put that section in italic or somewhere else. Or that's what I believe. Now, I could be wrong.
In this case, I think so, but I don't know. No, have no clue about it. And what we have in Germany, I don't know if you know this sign. No, wait, no.
Yeah, 2 S's.
Yes.
Yeah, the sharp S we say for yes, exactly. So it's very common here in Germany.
Yeah, as used in Fußball and Gross and.
Yes, exactly. Du weißt Bescheid, du kennst dich aus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just as we were talking about Ericas, and so I wanted to introduce the end of the line of all the Ericas. As you know, Ericas were really great machines. I have an Erica 5, an Erica 6, really amazing. Or the Erica M, it's also amazing. Schmidt, Seidel and Naumann. But this is how it all ended in plastic. It was made by Robotron. It was the most time it's Robotron. The East German factory was this later. Okay, that's all. And I think it's nearly time for me to leave because we have evening here and tomorrow I got to get early. You have the day in front of me. I have the day behind. So I would like to say, everyone, a nice evening, nice day, and see you next time, please.
Bye, Robert.
Bye, Robert.
Chris.
Or Bobby. We'll call him Bobby Lehman. Yeah. Well, some typewriters, the end of the line was pretty sad and disappointing. That one doesn't look too bad.
So you were wearing
typical
the
80s.
Vancouver Millionaires.
Oh yeah, they won the Stanley Cup back in 1912.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, 1911, 1912 against the Ottawa Senators. Yeah, I like anything old, so that's why I hang out with Joe. Just joking, Joe.
Well, there's old and then there's ancient. That's
There's
two
old
different things.
Right, yeah, and you're not ancient.
Just a matured, well-seasoned.
You're well seasoned. You're more like a Super 5 than a Smith Premier.
Yeah, I was born in '57, so I guess I am a Super 5.
You're a Super 5 boy, kid.
Yeah.
That's a good idea for a writing.
Well, since most of my typewriters are already in South Carolina again, let me just see if I can activate the camera just for a little bit.
Hey, there it is.
See if that works. That is currently what I'm typing on.
Royal Alpha.
Adler.
Yep, a TA. Royal rebadged. I couldn't walk past it. I found it at the thrift store, and it had the made in Western Germany, and I know TA comes from my hometown in Germany, so yeah, had to have it.
They use a variation of the ball, don't they?
No, it's actually a straight daisy wheel.
Oh, okay. So I had an earlier version that used sort of a weird TA ball. It was like a half ball from an IBM. It looked a little different and weird, but it was only for that one model.
No, standard daisy wheel
so
mechanism.
that's an upgrade then. So yeah, easier and smarter and better at the time.
Correct.
So I know the later Olympias, daisy wheels were made by Nakajima in Japan, but this is actually made in Germany.
It says made in Western Germany.
Oh.
Hold on. Let me see if I can get that into frame. She's a bit heavy.
Yeah.
See if I can unplug it. See if that comes across.
Oh yeah.
Western Germany.
Yep.
Indeed.
So
Cool.
yeah, I had to pick her up. I had a broken daisy wheel in it, but everything and the keyboard was oxidized since it's all contacts.
Yeah.
And just good old deoxit to the rescue, and took the board apart and cleaned the contacts and then put it all back together. And now she's working quite nicely.
That's what I've had to do with thermal typewriters. Often have that same keyboard problem.
Yeah, it's just oxidation.
Yep.
You say deoxit? Never heard of that.
Deoxit is something. It's usually used in the electrical, like stereo electronics kind of deal. If you've got noisy pots or contacts on your pots, and it
I
works
think it's
quite well.
I think it's trichloroethane.
It's basically a contact cleaner with some lubrication inside it to just kind of make things smooth again, and it works just wonderful for that kind of deal.
Where would one find that?
Amazon is your best bet.
Okay.
Deoxit. Deoxit, yeah, just a really good contact cleaner. And it's got it's got a protective agent in it that keeps the contacts at least from oxidizing a certain amount of time. Once you get into that. So if you've got some vintage stereo equipment, the volume knob or the left and right or whatever, they tend to get noisy over the years. You spray a little bit of that in there, then you actuate it to just kind of get it moving, get that cleaner all in there, and 9 times out of 10 the problem takes care of itself.
Okay, because I have a Royal Swinger with the built-in transistor radio that's at full volume all the time.
Ooh. It's the stuff, unfortunately, because it's become so popular, is not the cheapest. So you're paying about $15 to $20 a can for a small one, but it lasts you. It goes a long ways. You need a couple of squirts in there, and then you work it, and hopefully, at least it's worth a try to see if if the pot is just dirty or if the pot is actually damaged. If it after the deoxit it doesn't work, then there's a good chance that the contact rail on the inside where the what do you call it, the carbon brushes, right, where it touches might be worn out or something like that and has a permanent groove in it. But if it's just dirt or carbon buildup or just oxidation that's on there, that typically takes care of it. So it's worth a try.
My brother was, still is pretty heavily into electronics, and he was explaining to me years ago how a potentiometer worked. You got the carbon track and the wiper and the base, what was that?
I had to learn that the hard way by taking it apart, because I'm not an electronics guy by any means. But if you like old equipment and you don't have the money to purchase it refurbished, you tend to try to refurbish it yourself, which is more fun anyway. And you stumble across that deoxit stuff fairly quickly.
And then there's 2 different kinds of potentiometer. There's the linear type and the audio type. Which the linear type is just a straight line resistance going from X to Y in a straight line, whereas the audio is almost like is it a logarithmic curve or reverse logarithmic curve?
Logarithmic, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep. Audio taper or logarithmic taper, they call it. Well, folks, I'm going to sign off for the week. But it's great talking to you guys. And,
and you take care, Joe.
Thank you.
And we're going to a meeting in town, so I've got to get some things ready.
Very
so
good.
I should log out as well. So take care, everybody. Great to talk to you all.
Yes, indeed. Bye-bye.
Y'all have a good one.
Thank you.
I guess I'll hang around a little bit.
My wife and I are greeting in church next week, so we will not be here. I might be here for the Saturday evening. Other than that, take care. God bless everybody.
Quick question, William.
Yes, go ahead.
Your address is the PO box.
Post office box 374.
Yep. Okay, I see that. Thanks very much.
Your reason for asking?
I guess you're gonna get a letter.
Probably going to send you a letter or postcard soon.
Okay, perfect. Great. I say I don't think my postcard ever got to you. Probably got lost somewhere in the mailing system. Yeah. Okay. Take care there, everybody.
You too.
Gregory says that he got your postcard, Marvin. Oh, cat. Kitty.
Since we were on the topic earlier of being disturbed, yeah, no typing today. Is my microphone working?
It is.
Yes. Okay. All right. When I disconnect the laptop from the docking station, sometimes it gets a little screwy.
Oh. Nope, it's just fine.
Yep. Little fur ball.
Yeah.
Look at Sean. Superior typing techniques, hunting and pecking.
I'm a hunting pecker, yeah. Yeah, and I'm not ashamed of it anymore. It's just the way.
No, absolutely not. No,
Yeah.
no.
I can go pretty fast with my 2 fingers.
People will be surprised. No, absolutely not. No, you're getting ink on paper, which is more than I can say. So.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to cause grief.
No. Where did I put that box? Oh.
Oh, Sean, I do have a question real quick. Regarding those nice little letterheads that you keep posting on Instagram.
Yeah.
Do you offer them for purchase?
I've been thinking about that. And I probably should, because I mean I paid good money for a graphics designer to reproduce them. And I don't do it for profit or anything like that. I'm not, mercenary, and I definitely know that there would be people that would be interested in purchasing them. It's just more of a time and effort thing that I just haven't really put into, but I really should, because I think, there's people that would like some of those.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it just adds a nice touch to a letter.
Absolutely. I write all my letters with a letterhead of some sort, and followed by onion skin, old vintage parchment, just because I don't like using regular paper unless I'm just doing what I'm doing now, which is just putting thoughts on paper. But yeah, a nice letterhead, is fun, whether it's car letterhead or typewriter or just some other business and neat design. Like there's such beautiful letterheads from back in the early 1900s, like just gorgeous things that we just don't get, or nobody does anymore, and they're fun to write on, and they make you feel like, ooh, you're some sort of executive writing a fancy letter to somebody.
Sir, please pay the bill. All right.
Yes.
You owe us this much. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I used to look just for blank letterhead, like 10, 15, 20 sheets that I could use. And I got some nice letterheads. They were vintage, 40s and 50s. And I used a couple, but I felt so guilty about it because I thought, yeah, you're using them, right? And they're actually 50, 60, 70 years old. And so then I ended up going and finding this lady, this graphics designer locally here. And she said, yeah, I can put that together, but it's, it'll cost you. It's not the cheapest comparison to what you might think. And so I thought, well, you know what though, for just an unlimited supply of letterhead when I need them, then that's okay. And that made me feel better because then I wasn't using original letterhead anymore. And that dries up anyway, but you do start buying letters that have been written on. And yeah, just like, like you sort of joked about, there's a lot of, the way people write, I just love it. You read some of these letters and it's like, dear Diane, please find the remittance for $42.50 pursuant to your letter from July 10th. When you asked about the disposition of the blah, 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 we have checked our file and, we found that you are in arrears of your account. Please render to the local sales guy who will be through your town in the next 2 weeks. Just awesome writing. We just don't write like that anymore. And so those are fun to read sometimes too.
I do have to agree that we've gotten somewhat informal here the last few years.
Yeah.
And even in professional business mail, even back in the 70s or 80s, if you get some of the business mail that you read through, I mean, I know in Germany I found some older books from my mom where this was explained how you actually set up the letter according to DIN, blah, whatnot, and this has to be in here, and there's a certain way you phrase your sentences, and just kind of very interesting stuff. And this was late 70s, early 80s, and I'm like, okay, cool, this is actually pretty neat.
Yeah, Underwood's manuals back in the middle 50s included 5 or 6 pages at the back of the manuals that basically said, here's how to write a personal letter, here's how to write a business letter, and here's some other ways to write letters and where everything should go and how you should start it, go through. And just reading that, you're like, oh man, I got to go downstairs and type some letters up just to try that out. Yeah, it's fun.
No, Marvin was holding something into the camera. I'm sorry, Marvin.
Whoa.
Oh, okay. Hey, here we go.
Boom.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I can't do the swirls, but I like to. Yeah, business letters.
Business letters. Yep.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely fascinating.
Yeah. Recommending a successor in business. Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah.
One of the big manuals I've got does that.
Yep. So I am in a few of my letters to a few of you, which you've received and replied. When I'm replying to letters you've sent, I sometimes use the phrase, the very outdated phrase, I have received your favor of the 16th instant ultimo proximo installed prox. That's very outdated. Most people find it interesting.
That's a nice little personal bit of flavor. I mean, using phrases like that, you don't hear that very often anymore. So I've got to be honest, I haven't at all. So good on you.
Now, I still sometimes in very, very, very formal letters and with the valediction, I remain, sir, your humble and obedient servant.
Oh, I think some people would feel triggered like writing that nowadays.
I find it interesting when in the past when you see some of the letters, the envelopes, where it's got a name and a city and a state, and that's it. It's not like
there wasn't enough people to go around. Everybody knew, I don't know, Joe Smith or whatever,
Yeah.
from that city. Interesting.
Yeah, just type, Joe Van Cleve, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and ship it off, and it'll get to
And
them.
it'll get there, yeah.
Now, was that postmarked or not?
Was it postmarked? Yeah.
Oh yeah, you had to put those stamps on.
Because I had hypothesized that it was, hand delivered college typewriting.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, one of the ones, 4th edition or something like that. I got that off of eBay at some point in time. Yep, gotta love it.
Smith Premier typewriting.
Just those wonderful collectibles.
Yeah, I stumbled across this on eBay. I was looking for more pages on this one eBay auction. I was able to get a ledger page from, I guess it was the Columbian Exposition, and it was from the Smith Premier Typewriter Company. I'm just like, man, I wish I could find the rest of that book. But
yeah, not always easy. I mean, I wonder sometimes, I mean, since these books were, I mean, basically everywhere. What, I know people just threw them away because you tend to, but I wonder if, how much there's actually still out there.
Mike, is that the records? Is that the 10 records?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Oh,
They came with my
wonderful.
Skywriter.
Have you listened to those?
I don't know if I have. I guess I should know. I got my turntable set up. I'm being attacked.
I'd like to know how boring or exciting they are. Hi, welcome to the Smith Corona Touch Typing course. You're in for a great old time, or type this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to put them on there.
Like a metronome in the background, so you can just kind of keep pace.
Yeah, Mike, you should put those on maybe for one of the Type Pals Sunday meetings in the future, so we can listen to it, because I've been dying to listen to one of those for years to hear what they sound like.
Well, I can try to put it on now.
Not that Gregory gets a copyright strike.
Oh, I don't think those would be. That's not like music, I hope.
You never know with YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And are they all different color labels every day or every record, Mike?
No, it's just one record. And it does say copyright 1958 Smith Corona. So
that could get interesting. Yeah, no,
they're not around anymore.
Here you go. Here you go. If you want to learn a specific part of the Smith Premier 2 keyboard.
Lesson 11.
Lesson 11, yeah.
Now I find those books fascinating. The old standards and everything that goes along with it. The way to write.
Yeah,
just wonderful.
Lesson 3, it doesn't have nearly as many letters highlighted on the keyboard.
Yeah, there are 2 records in here, and it has the book too.
Huh.
I don't think I've
type
ever
in 10 days.
So I'll have to put that up.
Now those, I don't know if there's. I mean, we were talking about databases and all that kind of stuff earlier. Especially those kind of records and the instructional stuff that was out there. I mean, I don't know where it's going to go after, at some point in time. And is there a way to preserve that somewhere? To get one of those courses, at least, I don't know, on a YouTube video, and have that out there for preservation. That would be interesting. Because there had, I mean, that had not be the only one. Every company, I guess, had something like that, a record or some sort of a tape.
They wanted you to learn, so you wanted to use their typewriters.
Correct. And so, is it feasible to just record it and put it out there into the big wide web?
Need a fun typing exercise? Make your own calendar.
Oh boy, how exciting. Yeah, that's what I want to do on a rainy Sunday afternoon.
on the next page is even let's make a flag.
There we go.
And It's like, how the heck did they do this? Lots of patience, I guess, but
Well, they didn't have any distractions back into the day.
well, and you couldn't see what you were doing on these, so you really had to be on the ball.
That's right. The Premiere types on the bottom, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that. Oh God, no, thank you. I am somewhat curious on what's on that record, Mike.
Yeah, I guess we have to see whether Gregory feels comfortable putting it on here or not.
That's why I say maybe we do it later when Gregory's back on, and then he can render a,
He
render a
just
decision.
said go for it.
Oh, go for it. Okay.
Oh, he did?
Gregory says he's confident we're going to not be nailed with copyright on that.
Okay,
I'd be surprised if we
on
did.
there. If I can do it without the puppy eating my correspondence, I'll do it. It's trying me now.
What's your dog's name, Mike?
This is Louis.
Louis. Louis.
Yeah.
Louis.
Louis.
Louis. Louis. Louis. Louis.
What?
Who's that? Who's that?
Wanting to type.
Serious now.
There we go.
Typing takes away from time you can pet Louis. Hi, Louis.
Still eating stuff. I'm trying to get it off here. And
He's going to eat the eraser here.
It's like having kids again, eh, Mike?
Yeah. All right, let me see if I can get this because the speaker's right here, so it should come through all right.
Don't eat anything, Louis.
Mm?
You will.
So do any of you know where I can get typewriter erasers?
eBay?
Yeah, eBay. I was going to say the same thing. Probably your best bet if you want an original. I don't know if they still produce,
No,
basically
they
new
don't.
ones.
And unfortunately, they've degraded over the years, so they look good, but they don't really erase
Anymore, right? Plus, it depends on the paper. I mean, I've tried. I guess the back in the day you had the red and blue erasers for pencil, and then you had it for I guess imprinted ink, the blue side. I've tried those on regular paper, and they just shred the paper.
Well, I've
There's
got
a gray typewriter eraser.
so there's some Eberhard Faber typewriter erasers, and those are the gray ones. I think that Diane was talking about.
Yeah.
And I got them because they say typewriter, and that's awesome. But these things are like little rocks now. So they eat your paper pretty good. But then you get the Eberhard Faber Singlex erasers, which are almost the same problem. That beautiful rubber has. Yeah. Oop. Has
I do like the brush on the end. That's a nice little touch.
Well, that gives you your get the hell off my typewriter.
Yeah, and brush it down into the segment.
Yeah.
Right.
As I think Joe did something about that, where as long as you erase to the side, then you can brush it off, and it won't go into your typewriter versus trying to do it right in the middle. Because we've all cleaned out a lot of this crap from the
The
inside.
problem is most of your mistakes tend to be right in the middle.
Yeah, it's
You
true.
ever notice that?
Oh yeah, and you can't get it over far enough to get it off here.
Right. Yeah.
So I found, like, here's the nerd thing. So I bought these. They're nice, but they did make Eberhard Faber did make two different colors, like special colors. I think in the 60s, a pink one and a baby blue one. So I guess for boys and girls. And those ones are super hard to find because I wanted to find those because I thought, oh, pink and baby blue, that'll go with typewriters and nerd stuff. But yeah, hard to find. So there's a lot of them out there still, though. I mean, some place was going out of business here a few years ago, and somebody was cleaning out all the old stuff, which is where I got these. But yeah, if you're Marvin, if you're looking for old typewriter erasers, just probably eBay is the best, or
Right.
Etsy or places like that.
So most of you, if you make errors, you probably use what's it called?
Whiteout.
Fluid.
No, I don't make errors, so I don't think anybody makes errors. Just joking.
Whiteout.
I actually don't cover up my errors anymore. I just sort of X them out and move on. I don't worry about it.
But I've got this record queued up if you want to listen to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, the dog's in it. Louis?
Don't eat the record, Louis.
Don't stand on the record player.
Stand on the stylus, Louis.
Oh yeah, killing that nice little stylus.
Typewriting course, and congratulations on owning a Smith Corona. If you follow instructions,
is that too loud or anything?
No, that's perfect.
Weaknesses which develop, and practice as suggested, you should soon be typing faster than most people write by hand. Additional speed and skill will, of course, come with practice. Have you studied the preliminary instructions and correct typing technique illustrations on page 1 of your typing textbook?
Oh.
You examine the keyboard and finger diagram on page 2 before proceeding to keep the home key.
Oh, Louis up there. Yeah.
4th or little finger on A. 3rd or ring finger on S. F, space, semicolon, L, K.
I've just moved it about a third of the way into the record and it's still, yeah.
Turn carriage. A, S, D, F, space, semicolon, L, K, J, space, A, S, D, F, space, semicolon, L, K, J, space, K, space, K, 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 space.
Well, that sounded like most of the first side. There's 2 records and of course 2 sides each. So
that actually is pretty awesome, Mike.
Yeah.
I could totally learn to type.
Yeah.
Except for you were looking at your neighbor.
Yeah. Copying the work, yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely cool. Might need to get a set, but then I need a record player, and oh man.
Yeah.
Are you trying to tell me you don't have a record player, really?
DC, I'm trying to manage my deep dive hobbies. Like I do way so much. Oof.
Gregory says on YouTube chat, he's having you write gibberish.
A S D F space.
Okay, so has he got this live on YouTube also?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, I thought he was going to just review it before he put it up.
Nope.
Well, that's why we asked permission first, and he's okay, so we're good.
Okay, good.
I realize as we listen to that guy that there's going to be nothing copyright about that because that's not entertainment at all.
No. See you later, Marvin.
Bye, Marvin.
Bye, Marvin.
Bye, thank you.
Oh boy. Well, yeah, that's pretty awesome. They did that on tape. I assume they did that on tape too. Like they would have kept up with the whole, because I know, Mike, I've saw one of the they used to have a 10 record Smith Corona touch typing course.
He says they didn't shut us down.
Yeah.
There's no music. Is that a white Quiet Deluxe, Mike?
No, it's a blue one.
Oh, is it a blue one? Okay, it's just the sunlight.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you can see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is the newest thing I got.
Dang, it does. It really does look white.
Yeah, it does look white here. I don't know.
And the factory name for that was Anconi Blue. And I'm not sure why, because I have no idea what Anconi stands for or means or refers to.
What's the white one? Snow White?
Royal Star White.
Oh, I have a white one.
Yes, yes.
And those are like the last ones they made, I guess.
Yeah, 58 white ones are like the last. There's some other weird colors, but that was the only real color, smooth color. Everything else was crinkle back in 58, and then they ended it and went to the Futura. So the white's special that way.
Yeah, this is a 56.
Yeah, well, I love the 55, 56s before they moved that tab up the side and then added a 1.
Yeah. There's my third QDL, but I don't have anything later than this. Oh, he's got a noisy toy.
Ooh.
What was that? Oh, well, it didn't break. There was a glass of water.
It was a glass of water. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not broken, so that's good.
Didn't land on your pile of paper, I hope.
No, I put the pile of paper up on the actual desk here.
Oh.
Although I hope the typewriter doesn't short out.
Right. Yeah, put it in a bag of rice.
Yeah. At least I moved the laptop before he did that. So.
What's he saying? Greg says, "Can I borrow your dog, Mike?"
Some days I'd be willing to just ship it one way.
I wonder how Louis and Coda would get along. And with Gregory's goats.
Not usually this anxious to get on this.
Is he a Basset or a sort of mix of some?
Well, we don't really know. He came from the shelter, but we think he's probably like a foxhound or something like that because he's gotten big.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've had him for 2 months. He's gained 20 pounds. So
wow.
He's I think the other day they weighed him at like 37 pounds, which coincidentally weighs the same as my SG1, but SG1 is not good.
So Diane won't be lifting your dog either then.
Yeah, I won't be lifting your dog either.
Yeah.
Do love the comparisons though.
Yeah. Well, I know that. I mean, I had to weigh the doggone thing, and I figured, well, now that I got a picture of it on the bathroom scale, I put it on the database. So.
Well, that actually helps those of us that have full-size standards to go, oh, so this is how much Louis feels like.
Yeah. I was thinking how heavy he was. I said, well, he's not any heavier than the SG1, but
that's funny. Yeah, that's well, you just probably need to get a fox for him to chase around, and then he'll be off your lap.
Yeah, there was actually one running around the yard yesterday.
Oh, really?
I think it was a fox. It was gray though, which was kind of unusual for foxes down here, but it did look like a fox, not a coyote. Years ago.
Is it time to get out the red coats and the horses?
Maybe.
And the trumpets.
Mm-hmm.
Because he tried to chase a rabbit today, and that's always hard on the arm.
Yeah, when you dislocate your shoulder from the socket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he saw the.
I have no desire to have to go have surgery on something else right now. That's for sure.
I don't blame you.
So did anybody write the typing prompt for today?
Of course not.
I don't even know what it is. I didn't.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't think Gregory put it
I
up,
looked and there isn't one.
Yeah, I think it was the informal one. Was how much we appreciate Gregory for doing this for us every Sunday.
Yeah.
Even when he's quote on vacation. Unquote.
Even when he's quote unquote on vacation. Yeah.
It's not like it's not like he can let go. I mean, he's still, hanging in there in the background.
Yeah, is it really a vacation though with us still here?
Well, he's not having to moderate it.
That's true.
He's doing it in the background though.
Yeah.
Sending occasional words of encouragement.
I just like that he had the platform open. So yeah, thanks,
Yeah.
Greg.
Oh man.
Yeah, this week I actually felt like coming on. The last couple of weeks I didn't even feel like coming on, so I just didn't.
Well, that basically shows that you're getting better.
Oh yeah.
So no, that's perfect.
Yeah, hey, you know what? We love typewriters, but it is hard to have the energy sometimes.
And then sometimes life just gets in the way. You know, you still have a regular life, and this does take what, about 4 hours out of your Sunday.
Yeah, but you don't have to be on here the whole time, and you don't have to say
agreed.
anything if you don't want. So, I mean, the beauty of it is, you know, you could sort of sit in the background and just,
Oh, that's just
that was funny. Sorry.
I always keep thinking of an episode of like Laugh-In or something when that just goes off like all of a sudden halfway through.
That's just wonderful.
Oh, that's funny.
That's a rubber chicken.
It sounds like a rubber chicken, actually.
That's excellent. No, yeah. Normally on a weekend, you know, you've got family things going on and stuff to do, and this week was just I had some time, so yeah.
Well, this has got to be one of the best things that came out of COVID, though. Really, I mean, you know, because I think we were all starved, like the Gregory's story about how this all started. I think we were all a bit starved for getting together with people and not work related. And this was good. This was good for my mental health. That's for sure when this started. So
no, it's excellent. And getting to meet, I mean, all of you guys, you know, it's just being able to chat, talk about stuff that normally nobody cares about.
Yeah.
In the regular world.
So I wonder, you know, it would be a bit of work for Gregory or somebody, but to try to figure out how many new relationships were created through the typewriter club group here and Type Pals. I mean, I'm sure it's absolutely a ton. You know, there would have been others.
They have to be in the dozens.
Sorry?
They have to be in the dozens.
Oh, I mean, not more. I mean, there would have been people that would have known each other through YouTube videos like the Teds and the Joes and the Facebook typewriter collector group and would have corresponded, but how many more people who wouldn't have connected with others but have now because of Type Pals? Like, I'm sure it's probably a pretty amazing number.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Most of the people that you know are at least regular visitors here on the chat. I mean, yeah, I've seen you on Instagram prior to with your postings, but actually getting, you know, to talk is a totally separate item.
Yeah,
which is absolutely fantastic. I mean, and same with Joe, same, you know, Mike, Diane, you know, yeah, you see all the postings sometimes on social media, you know, interesting stuff, but actually getting to chit chat,
yeah,
that's a different story. That's actually quite nice.
Greg says millions.
Millions. Do we have that kind of reach?
Yeah, could be if we really got the marketing going.
Your light reflects very.
Yeah, I was gonna say that just looked really awesome. Look straight into the camera, will you, Sean? Just for a quick one.
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Just
and your ring light lines up exactly with your eyes, it looks funny as heck. looks like one of those glasses, the fake glasses with the eyeballs popping out.
Oh
yeah,
awesome.
It does.
Awesome. Here, I'll solve that problem right now. There we go.
Oh Lord. No.
It looked cool. Yeah.
I'm already weird enough.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. No, that's I mean, I made a lot of good relationships through this and through Instagram and all that, and connected with some awesome people. And I've got some good pen pals that predate Type Pals, mostly because I creeped a lot of online articles where people accidentally put their addresses in there, and I would just take their address and write and go, "Hello, Mike Durling. My name is Sean. I saw your letter to the editor in the blah 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 standard," and I'm sorry. I hope this isn't creepy and weird, but I hope, and I've connected with a lot of people doing that. But now with Type Pals, I don't have to bother with that anymore, right? You just have a good list of people that you can just reach out to. And
now I do have to ask. I know, the list is out there for anybody to pick and choose. I mean, I kind of feel, a little awkward there sometimes, just kind of picking a random name and sending them a letter.
Yeah, I don't think you should. I mean, if people put their address on the Type Pals database, then they're asking for it.
Okay.
in a nice way.
Okay.
And I mean,
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people
really,
do it.
Don't feel bad. Like, I mean, one of my good Type Pals, one of my best Type Pals is a guy who I was joking about Mike, but from Portland, who wrote some guy about some inconsistency in his article, and it was a small town Idaho or Washington state paper, and this guy published my pen pal buddy's full address, which he shouldn't have done online, right? Because anyway, but I saw
you never know.
Yeah, you never know what kind of creepy weirdo shows up to your house. But he published this address, so I found it in this article searching typewriters. So I just wrote him a letter out of the blue with no type way before Type Pals. And I said, sorry, I know this is probably super weird. Here's what I did. Here's what I saw. Here's why I'm writing you. And anyway, we just got a really good relationship going. And he wrote back going, yeah, he goes, I was really pissed off about that and worried I was going to have all these weirdos showing up outside of my house. But then I realized the paper I wrote to, they probably don't have a great readership anyway. So anyway, but that's been a long-term pen pal. And that was just sort of a cold call letter out of the middle of nowhere, just off the internet.
Okay.
But yeah, so I think it's all good.
Just because it recently popped up, my girlfriend's youngest daughter, she's about 15 now. She's been wanting to get into snail mail. And she's, it was very hit or miss, more miss than hit, trying to get something established, especially in that age range. So it's kind of like, all right, we can go onto the Type Pals database and see if there's anybody out there. But I don't know how comfortable she feels writing, I don't know, middle-aged folks. You do have different interests at 15. So it was kind of, it'd be interesting if there was, I know we do have some younger folks in the audience.
An age range?
If you can just kind of like, I don't know if you want to call it a youth section, especially since, and the nice thing is about the Type Pals, I don't think there's any creepy folks out there, at least on this database, because I think somebody would call them out very quickly.
Thanks for saying that.
So it is
Thanks for saying that. Yeah. Sometimes I think I'm creepy.
No, but you know what I'm talking about. I mean,
absolutely,
we're talking about young impressionable children, and there's a lot of weird stuff out there on the internet, and so I had my concerns about going on Reddit or wherever where you have the the pen pal thing, because you never know what they're gonna be writing.
Well, that was exactly, JC, one of the things that, because I was on Reddit before like Type Pals started up,
right?
And this lady used to run sort of that, put your thing in for this month and we'll send you a name. Mm-hmm. And in its first iteration, there were obviously she posted about it after. I didn't get anybody like that, but there were people who were 40, 50, or 60 that were writing kids that were 12, and 14, but nobody knew. But obviously the 14-year-old's getting a letter from a 50-year-old. The 50-year-old doesn't know it's a 14-year-old. The 14-year-old doesn't know it's a 50-year-old.
Right.
But the content of the letter is just absolutely generationally just misses altogether. And then she started adding those whole age ranges. So you would generally get somebody within your age range. But I don't know if that ever solved it, because when Type Pals started up, I just sort of dumped Reddit.
Yeah, same here. Yeah. No, but because she has a genuine interest in just kind of, at least I don't know if she's going to be using any of the typewriters. She showed some interest in that.
Well, hopefully. But yeah, I mean, it takes a little bit of guts to sort of just cold letter somebody, but you never know, right? And what's the worst that can happen? They just don't respond, and
exactly, and it doesn't go anywhere, right? No. It was an interesting. It was an interesting thing getting her introduced to a typewriter. being a 15-year-old, you've never seen that. So yeah, it was fun.
What were you gonna say, Mike? Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I said I've gotten 3 or 4 just cold letters from other type pal people. So, and then started up a chain of correspondence after that. So.
Yeah, and that's great. I love doing that. Helps you work out of your comfort zone too, and build something new with somebody you just don't know anything about.
Yeah, I mean, it sent it to me. I haven't been so bold to send it to other people. Other than the postcard exchange is good for that because then you meet somebody new.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to head out because Louis is getting into everything, and I think he needs some attention.
You need some time. Well, good seeing you, Mike.
I think it's
See y'all too.
Good talking to you.
Great talking to you. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Ken's back, and everybody's going to leave now.
Oh.
You're muted, Ken.
Yeah. All right. No, I was just keeping up with y'all. But yeah, I don't want to hold you up.
Oh, yeah, no, we were just bugging. I mean, we eventually have to get off, I guess, because Gregory's going to pull the plug on us. But
let's see how far we can push the envelope.
It's when we get to that awkward silence where we're all staring at our typewriters. It's probably over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always a little sad after this is over because then it's like the rest of the day is like
now what?
There's tons of stuff to do.
Right.
Yeah.
What are you into lately, Ken?
Oh, just assignments and trying to. Problem is, I've got all these research databases with school, and I had seen this thing. I think I posted it on Type Pals just before we came up, but it was a doctor who had talked about how a letter that somebody had sent to his mom that was dying had meant so much to him, and he decided he was going to do that. So he became a doctor as well. He said he wanted to be that type of a person who would write a letter to a family and show interest. And I don't know, you have to read. It's like 2 minutes long. Just I think StoryCorps. It was a StoryCorps thing Friday. If you're familiar with that, it's like they go in a booth and they record a life event. It's called StoryCorps, but I put the link in there. And it's so anyway, based on that, I started doing research on my break from my assignment and found a big a research paper somebody had done on it, on how a physical letter can make an impact on people. Just it goes way, I don't do it justice, but it goes way into the academics and all the different aspects of what a letter does.
The psychological impacts and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Kind of let's see, I think, let me get that. Just, I didn't know if I wasn't sure what the rules were, so I didn't do it, but I here's the link, and let's see, there it is. Since we're the only ones here, I guess it'd be all right.
I don't think the chat's not shared out publicly anyway.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good.
StoryCorps.
But it's a good thing. I don't really listen to it that much, but every once in a while, if I'm commuting in at that time. And so anyway, yeah, it was kind of neat. It made me think of what Joe and everybody else, the Type Pal people talk about, how cool it is. And it makes me feel bad because I'm not on the list to actually type anybody. But
really,
I've been thinking, I need to. My aunts and uncles aren't getting any younger, and I need to get that going to see what for the grandkids and all. Just somebody to pass their legacy down, like on a letter.
Huh.
But it's laid a guilt trip on me to get busy and
Yeah,
get
sometimes we
school
need.
out of the way so I can start doing more letters and that type of stuff.
Huh. Okay, we'll have to read that. You said you posted it on Type Pals on the forum?
Yeah, on that little
Yeah.
blog thing.
Okay, oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's all right. But
Well, I know it's a little bit as an aside, but as you were talking about that, Ken, I mean, I've tried to start listening to more podcasts, creative podcasts that help disconnect us from the news and the depression about gas prices, food prices, and everything else going wrong in the world. But one of the podcasts that I've really been enjoying lately is Radio Free Write. And they just finished their first season here, I don't know, about a month ago. And 3 or 4 people who get on and write short stories and do different sort of things and then read them out and talk about them. Actually, surprisingly very entertaining and very fun, and very, at least for me, it's been very motivational to listen to these and then listen to their passion about writing and listen to the stories they write, and then write a bit myself, right? It sort of emboldened me a bit and made me feel creative, which I quite liked, and some funny interactions as well. So everything they write on these podcasts is meant to be, just written for the podcast. It's not like previously done work. But yeah, worth listening to if you're driving to work or school or whatever, and listen to a couple episodes.
and what's it called? Radio
Free Write, WRITE.
Oh, okay.
And they sort of have a typewriter and a microphone in their podcast logo.
Okay. Yeah, I listened to there's a guy over in England. He's kind of eccentric. Well, I shouldn't. Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna say that.
We're all eccentric.
What's that?
We're all eccentric.
Yeah. But he rides a Harley, and he's a priest, Anglican priest, and a professor, academic, and he comes up with these really cool book reviews and some of his own poetry and all that. So there's a lot of stuff on there, especially with COVID, that had brought people, kept them in their house, and he found different ways of getting material out now. So that's made a big difference.
Yeah, we need more of those kinds of things. So
yeah.
All right, well, I should probably go. It's 2:00 here in Mountain Time, so thanks everybody.
All
Yeah,
right.
I think I'll head out too.
Yep.
It's 4:00 here.
Oh,
so.
And finally, I got my socks on. Yay!
Yay, socks!
Yay!
I know that sounds dumb. The left isn't hard. The right is the side I had my hip on. Now I got.
Is that a sock putter on her, Diane?
No, this is a shoehorn.
Oh,
it's converted to a sock put it on her.
No, I didn't use it.
Oh, good. I was going to
But
say that's cheating.
The shoehorn. It was given to my late father by, I guess, my late nephew and his wife. It looks like it's supposed to be like it's got a golf club handle and kind of looks like a golf club. And
Is it got a springy head? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it can flip out of your shoe without going through your leg.
Yeah. Dad always liked golf, so they got him this, and I'm using it now to put my. I've been using it for the last couple of months to put my shoes on, and so it's very helpful.
Yeah. No kidding.
But
that's cool. Well, congratulations on your socks.
What?
Congratulations on your socks.
Well, I know that sounds really stupid, but the left one's not hard. The right one, well, it's like at least I can bend over that far and get it on and whatnot. Because the first week it was like, okay, I have the like one of those grabber things. Here I am trying to put my right sock on. Boy, that's a pain in the butt. These are just those ankle socks. So they have these things that you can actually order on Amazon, and their whole purpose, you put the sock on it and then you stick your foot in it and pull the sock, but the thing is huge. It would bend it's like, I don't own any socks that big.
Well, to be fair, you don't realize what kind of muscles and bones you use to do basic things until all of a sudden they're out of commission or healing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. So I totally get it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Very true.
good luck, guys. We'll chat with you later. And Gregory, thank you very much for doing this again.
Yeah,
Agreed.
Gregory says
All right.
thank you, everyone. So.
All right. Bye, y'all. And
Bye.
thank you for a wonderful afternoon.
Cheers.
Bye. Same to you.
All right. Bye.